Come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, good afternoon.
Hello, Happer.
Good
Hello.
afternoon.
How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Great. Good.
I
Great.
mean,
Grand.
Not that good.
Wonderful.
Not that good.
No.
Too much listening to Tone.
Yeah, I mean, Tone coming off the heels of last night's debacle of a baseball game. I'm not in a great mood right now.
Thank
That's
you
right.
for reminding me, John.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you for reminding me about that baseball
I know.
game.
Listen,
the Royals Cubs boys.
We have an issue of beating bad teams. We don't play well against bad teams.
Oh, are the Royals bad?
They are. Come on, we can admit that.
They're almost 500.
They're at the very most, they're at the bottom of mid.
Bottom of mid.
they-
That's the way we play against
Tony
the bottom
Petiti
of
would
mid.
argue for them to get to the
Yes,
playoffs.
Yes,
I was just
he
gonna make
would.
that joke.
Yes, he
Yes.
would. Yes, he would. But anyway, congrats on the win. I'm sure you'll get a couple more. Doesn't matter. The Brewers are never losing again
That's right.
for the rest of time.
I saw the Jack Caglione home run. That was while we were eating dinner.
And then that guy fell into the basket.
That was fun. Did you ever see that highlight of the guy? falling
I've seen people fall in the basket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it
yeah.
happened again last night.
Yeah.
So big guy, big man.
I'm surprised more people
Chunk
haven't
boy.
fallen into the basket.
I know it happens.
It
Feels
only
like
happens-
a couple times a year, maybe.
Maybe once every 2 years. I
Oh.
mean, I honestly can't remember the last time it happened.
What are you gonna say, Nick?
I don't keep up with the Royals. Does Jack Caglione only hit home runs? Does he ever hit like a single or a double, or is it only home run or nothing?
Well, he
No,
doesn't
he
have
only
that
has
many
5
hits.
home runs
He
now.
doesn't have
Yeah,
that. That's true.
He doesn't have that many hits.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
His batting average is in the 150s, right? I think
Yeah,
it
I
was
don't
in
know
the
what it is
140s
now.
before he hit that home run.
He's starting to swing it a little bit better,
woof.
but
He seems like he's putting a lot of pressure on himself.
it does feel like most of his hits at this point are home runs. But
there
I
you
don't.
go.
I'm sure that stat is, available.
But what's his whiff? I mean, we got to know what his whiff.
the whiff rate.
Got to know the whiff rate.
The whiff rate. How many times is he swinging and missing?
This is
missing
proof,
swing?
really, that Jack Caglione should have gone to the Rockies. He'd be at home there.
What do you mean by missing?
Low batting average, hitting a home run sometimes.
Probably would have more home runs in Colorado.
You would think so. You would. You would think that. You would think that if you're playing in Colorado at Coors Field, you would have a lot of home runs.
Yeah, but they have that humidor. You know, they
And the bad players.
and the bad players.
Yeah, the bad players don't help.
That's
It's
funny.
I think it's
you
that
can
one.
play in a very home run friendly ballpark, but if you have bad players, it
Yes.
really doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true.
Yeah.
So,
I forgot about that, John. Great reminder.
well, I'm glad I could make your
Excited
day.
to watch again tonight.
Baseball. You
Baseball.
love baseball.
I was watching intently last night. I was just seeing if I could rage bait any Cubs fans by tweeting.
I saw your tweets.
Yeah. Just
Because at one point I saw, because I wasn't watching, but I was on Twitter and you were like, wow, what a game. And I was like, oh, has it gotten close? And I went and checked. I was like, it's 10-4.
just seeing if I could, get any responses out of anybody.
I sense that there is a rivalry between Royals and Cubs fans
There
in
is.
this market.
There is.
Why is that?
Because there's so many of you.
There are, but they don't play in the same league. They're not in the same division. They only play each other 3 times a year.
It's probably, do you think it's
They
because
both hate themselves.
when you're
That's why.
kids, you have your team when you're a kid, and then you're like, I like the Royals. You're like, well, I like the Cubs. I think they're better. And then it stems from a childhood thing.
Now, keep in mind, this is coming from a Cub fan perspective, but I sense that part of the angst from the Royals side of things is they used to be the cute little toy that everyone rooted for around here because they were close.
They were
And
Woody.
then the Cubs came in with WGN and
Buzz.
a lot of people gravitated to being Cubs fans. And there are Royals fans who are upset that someone else has come into their market.
People forget.
That's
16-20
my
the zone.
that's my
But I
theory.
mean,
I don't give a rip who anyone else roots for.
How long ago did that happen, though? I mean, you're talking
many
about
years ago.
generations. But like, does like a Royals fan in my age group care about WGN and Cubs?
No. I'm just saying I think that's part of where it started from.
I think odds and its on it. Both fan bases feel it's obvious they should be Omaha's team.
I've never felt that way. That's one thing that has hit now, from my perspective, that's one thing that's irritated me about just the Kansas City thing in general is, well, they're so close.
They are. I mean, they're 3 hours.
I don't give a crap.
I'm just explaining.
It's access, John.
It's
just
you get the team.
Well, it's
the
access.
team I grew up
it's also
watching
the
on,
fact that I had to watch. I had to watch the loser broadcast last night instead of my broadcast.
I love when this happens. That's my favorite
ridiculous.
part.
I have to listen to Royal propaganda when I could listen to Cub propaganda.
It's beautiful. Schaefer gets pissed about this every time.
Oh, yeah.
10 times a year when the Royals play the Guardians. And
I hate it.
It's very funny.
Now, that's not the Royals' fault.
That's baseball's fault.
That's MLB's fault for, blacking teams out.
And it's not a traditional broadcast, the Royals television broadcast. Rex Hudler is an untraditional man.
What does he do that's untraditional?
He just is a big...
he's gonna do something here. He's gonna swing at this pitch.
That's the analyst, right?
He is a big... I mean, he really likes the Royals.
He's a honk.
No, he never played for the Royals, did he?
Never played for the Royals.
That's amazing.
Who did he play for?
Played for a variety of different teams. Played for the
Angels.
Yankees, the
Is he
Angels.
from that part of the country?
They just hired him several years ago, more than a decade ago. They hired him off the Angels.
That's usually
him
pretty
and
good.
Steve Physiot.
That's usually a pretty good sign. You've played for a bunch of different teams.
I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to be. I mean, I'm not a Creighton alum, but obviously I root for Creighton. So, I mean.
But he really goes hard. He's like.
And that's fine.
He
should do that as an analyst. It's just.
Other teams don't want to hear it.
When my team is losing to that team, the last thing I want to do is listen to their broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
He
got into that one. Dude.
Is there any weird similar animosity between White Sox fans and Royals fans?
Nobody cares about the White Sox.
No, that's interesting though that the Cubs have grown that kind of.
So
when the
White
Sox were good, the Royals and the White Sox would fight each other.
Well, and one
they
time,
are division rivals.
One time, a couple guys came out and punched the first base coach for the
True.
Royals.
Oh yeah, that was a classic.
Which that's why it's weird to me that that's not a bigger thing. The Royals and White Sox
again,
the Royals and
because the
Cubs.
White Sox have really sucked.
There's history with just about everybody at this point.
Sure. Now, what we're talking about here with the Royals and Cubs is like an Omaha. It's like an Omaha.
Yeah, I don't think the
Nebraska
players
thing.
care.
Yeah. There's no
Cubs
for the Royals rivalry.
I was pissed last night at the Royals broadcast because they kept asking all the players and they kept talking about it over and over again. Oh my God, how does it feel to play at Wrigley? Don't you have stars in your eyes?
Wow.
We're playing at Wrigley Field.
Here we go.
And I'm like, jeez.
Are you
These
going
guys
after
are major. I love Wrigley. These guys are major leaguers.
You going after Eisenberg right now?
No. I just
because he was talking it up. Wow, it's so great to be back at Wrigley.
It was just part of the thing.
It's one of the last two great ballparks left.
I love Wrigley. It's cool.
Nice. It's very cool. Love the ballpark. It doesn't have to be the center point of everything you do.
Well, but you only play there a couple of. Well, it'd be every other year, so it's not like you get to see it. I don't mind that part of it.
Everybody got real googly-eyed.
It's a hell of a lot better than going, man, isn't it great to you can watch a waterfall out in center field.
Wow.
But they don't talk about it.
And we're going to tear this place down anyway and move to Kansas.
They don't talk about it, John. They just say, look, it's a baseball park. Welcome to it. Let's play baseball. Not like, oh, my God, can you believe it? There's people sitting out there on the roofs, on the rooftops.
It's unique. It's different.
We've got a couple emails, guys. Colin in White Plains writes,
Yankee fan.
What is up with Royals Cubs talk when a rock icon has just passed? And John says, can you believe Dr. Tom's brother Ozzy died this morning?
So I did want to talk about your response to me when I shared that news.
Oh, this was good.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I saw
by
it.
this.
I saw it all unfold.
Your response was he was 76.
Yeah.
Yes, Josh, I understand he was old.
Yeah.
Older people than him are running countries, but also
you're triggered.
I'm a little triggered by you, yeah.
Why?
He's a rock icon. He's literally a legend.
I know you seem to be surprised that the old guy who has a Wikipedia setting or thing about drugs passed away. Like you seem stunned.
Josh had to
I had to zoom out
out
to 50% to get the whole drug section.
I'm not surprised.
I'm surprised he lived to this age.
Yes.
Me too. I'm too. If they would have done a tweet that said Ozzy Osbourne is alive,
I
would have said, "Oh my god!"
I would have said what Nick did.
Holy bleep! If you'd have told me when I graduated from high school, hey, Ozzy Osbourne's still going to be alive when you're in your 50s, I would have said,
Whoa! You would have said, holy bleep.
I'm not surprised that he died because he was old in the drugs, but it's still shocking when a legend dies. If you
Not
would
really.
probably tweet the same thing when Paul McCartney dies.
Who's
Are you
the-
going to be like, no,
Okay.
he was old. Paul
Okay, here we
McCartney
go.
should have died.
Who's the sports equivalent of Ozzy Osbourne? Ozzy Osbourne.
Daryl
Ozzy
Strawberry.
Osbourne.
Sorry. Ozzy.
What?
I'm going drugs first of all. Lawrence Taylor?
Oh, drugs. I'm thinking.
Well, I was thinking of drugs.
Drugs.
Well,
Drugs and old. Drugs and old. Who's an old drugs guy?
Like a current guy in the 70s, like a 70-year-old,
yeah.
drugs guy.
Old drugs.
Probably an
sports
NBA guy. They were doing cocaine back
yeah,
in the
they
day.
were.
Yeah, and April.
That's tough. I don't
April
know.
points out he had Parkinson's and complications from spine surgery.
Again, I'm not surprised that he died, but it's still shocking when a legend dies.
Well, shocking and
Poll
surprise
question.
are the same word.
yes, it's the same thing. And also, it's not shocking when a legend dies. That's what happens. They die.
They're people.
yeah.
They're but men.
I mean, his condition, his Parkinson's, and the other difficulties.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing that might have been mildly surprising, at least to me, was that he still did his concert 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then,
How
like
did that happen?
He was
Maybe
in a
he knew-
chair.
Maybe he knew the end was near.
Did you guys listen to it? Like, did it sound like anything?
Yeah, no, it sounded
Wait.
pretty good.
you know what? You know what the sports equivalent is?
Hmm.
It's Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant retires like 2 months later, dead.
That's true.
Bear Bryant, Ozzy Osbourne, shaking hands.
Joe Pop.
Handshake meme. Oh, Joe Pop.
I mean,
that's
a lot of
fast.
stuff going on, but he died
Dude,
immediately.
He
Yeah.
died so fast.
Yeah.
They
Well,
fired him
A
and
lot
he
of stuff going on, but he died.
He had a lot on his mind.
Yeah.
Whatever was left up there.
Whatever
He had a
was
lot
left
on
of-
it.
Yeah, a lot on it.
A
Like,
lot on his mind.
Remember when he was
He did.
coaching from the press
Yes.
box, but he was not. He wasn't doing anything. He was
No.
just sitting up there.
No.
And they were like, "He's the coach."
They don't even, if I remember right, they didn't even give him a headset anymore. You know, at least Bobby Bowden carried around the one headphone.
Yes,
No,
from
he
time to
didn't
time.
do anything.
He just
He
stood
didn't.
there.
He just sat there.
I got voices in my head.
You know, for all the bad things that happened in Nebraska, it's nice that we didn't have to deal with that with Tom Osborne. Can you imagine if he would have just been out there for another 20 years,
Yeah.
obviously struggling,
yeah.
and we would have had to have awkward conversations
Yes.
about it? That would have sucked.
Thank you, Dr. Tom, for not putting us through
Thank
that.
you for retiring when you
Thank
did.
you for retiring and then the program going to crap, but at least we didn't have to talk about you and your declining function.
Honestly, a fair trade. It's fine.
Mm.
It'll get better at some point. You
Mhm.
know, they'll figure it out. Somebody will come along and
Well,
figure it
yeah,
out.
Tony Petitti's already said, hey, 6-6 is good enough to make the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true, John. They could be fine and make the playoff.
Golly.
It'll just fix
I look
itself.
forward to
You don't
whipping
actually
him
have to
today.
be that much better than what you are right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I was thinking, you know, because John is not happy with Tony Petit right now, and I was like, where are we going to fit this in? Because we have Matt Rhule coming up at the bottom of the hour, so we'll have a
Rhule.
shorter crossover than normal. We'll have that coming up, and
Well, we don't have Farron today. So
we don't
we've
have
got- we got
Farron,
room,
and we don't have
Sip.
Sipple because
Yeah,
he's
you'll
out
have
there
time.
defending Petiti.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I really like
It's that
how he
meme.
talks off the record.
It's the soldier meme where the arrows are coming and there's the person laying on the bed. Have you ever seen this cartoon meme?
no.
All right, I'll make it.
I'm thinking about it.
I'm thinking more like Sipple standing in front of the burning fire going, all is well.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to see here.
Oh, whoops. No, that's the one where it's coming. I don't know why it says IS. I don't want to read these just in case.
Never
it's a-
seen that meme.
You've never seen that
no,
meme?
never.
Wow.
Never.
I've seen the meme. I know the meme.
Yeah, of course you have. All right. Well, I'll
I've
Ozzy
never seen it.
Osbourne.
I've seen many
Ozzy
memes.
Osbourne.
Never seen that.
Not
Ozzy Osbourne.
Osbourne.
That's true. People
Ozzy
forget it's
Osbourne.
Osbourne.
Wouldn't that be amazing if we found out all this time? No, it was Osbourne. You just never pronounced it right.
Wow.
You know what was his wife's name?
Sharon.
Sharon. Get that?
Sharon!
You know, you've been pronouncing his name wrong all these years. It's Ozzy Osbourne.
Did you guys ever watch that show?
No,
Yes. I
it
did
was
watch
very pervasive, though.
Yeah, it was. I
very
remember
relevant.
seeing a little bit of it. I didn't watch all of it. I just remember.
My mom used to watch it.
What was that
frequently.
called again?
What was it called?
Wasn't it Meeting the Osbournes or Meet the Osbournes or
The
Or-
Osbournes.
No, just the Osbournes?
Yeah. Because what were their kids' names?
Oh,
Is it Jack and Kelly?
spunky and smelly and
spunky
They're
and
like
smelly.
Beelzebub.
There's Kelly, Amy, and Jack.
Oh, there were 3 of them? I thought there were only 2.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
only
there was
remember-
only the boy and the girl.
I only remember the 2.
Oh, was it one of those deals where the
Maybe
one
one of them
kid said,
died.
I don't want to be a part of this, so I'm just don't shoot any scenes with me in it?
Maybe one of them, shockingly died or something.
R.I.P.
Something like that.
R.I.P.
Can't believe it.
That would be surprising.
If one of the kids died?
Or like 20 years ago when that show was on.
Whether you're saying like today, I mean, it'd be shocking if it happened today too.
Also that.
That'd be an all-time day.
Now, Josh, should Luke Skywalker have been shocked when Ben Kenobi died? Remember when he sat there and he said, I can't believe he's gone?
To be fair,
I mean, he was old too,
he-
and he was in a fight with a guy with a big black helmet.
That's true, but he didn't die because he was old. He died because he was just like, take me from this earth, Darth. And he was like, all right. Struck
Well, he
him
didn't
down.
take him from Earth. He took him from the Death
That's
Star.
true. Yeah, that's true. There was no Earth back then.
Well, there might have been. It was just in a different galaxy.
Far away.
Further away.
Yeah, a little bit down the road.
A little bit down the road away.
Mhm.
Trying to think of more potentially shocking
Mm.
or shocking deaths that we could have or have had. The Queen. Was it shocking when the Queen died?
Absolutely not.
Why wasn't it shocking?
She was like 97, right?
Yeah, she was
old.
She was queen since like the early 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She did not have a drug section on her Wikipedia
Did
page.
Ozzy
That's true.
did he get a knighthood? All them British celebrities get knighthoods. Did he get one?
I don't think I've ever heard anyone call him Sir Ozzy. Osbourne.
Wow.
No,
How
he
disrespectful.
was not a sir.
How
Really?
disrespectful.
I feel like
Really?
people I have said that. Sir
Ozzy Osbourne?
Sir Ozzy.
We should have.
Yeah, I mean,
All the great music he made over the years, all the fans.
he did have a lot of fans.
He had a lot of fans.
Look
he
at
should have
these
been a sir. I mean,
fans.
they gave one to Sir Louis. He's only in his 40s.
Yeah, what did he do to deserve knighthood?
He
He drives a car, vroom,
he
vroom.
didn't pass anybody.
That's what I wrote on my letterbox review of F1. I said, loud cars go vroom, vroom.
And there was this really cool camera angle.
There
You
was!
just got to see it.
It was a cool camera angle.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was very
That's
cool.
terrible, man. And Ozzy did not get a knighthood.
Yeah, that's messed up.
We're going to have to make, I mean, what other British celebrities are needing, we need to get on this. I mean, now that we got Prince King Sausage Fingers,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
getting
he,
up
he
there,
needs
too.
to start handing out some of these things so that we don't have another, person overlooked.
I forget. Can you get knighted if you're not American? Or if you're not British? Can an American get knighted?
I don't know. You have to come up with a list of all the sirs. Josh, I'm sure that's on the internet somewhere.
Yes, an American citizen can be knighted.
Oh, man, that'd be fun.
Thank God.
John, what if the king called and he was like, you've been going after Tony Petiti, and I agree.
And
I
I
hate
really,
that guy.
I really like when you do that.
Sure, why not?
I really like it. You want some tea?
I quite like it a lot. Yeah.
Bill Gates
Would you
is a
like
knight.
me?
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates is a knight.
Sir Gates.
Wow. Who else?
Steven Spielberg.
Well, I'm just looking for non-British
Jaws.
people.
Happer, what movie do you think of when you hear Steven Spielberg?
Rudy Giuliani.
Wow, interesting.
Rudy Giuliani is knighted.
Rudy
Rudy
Giuliani?
Rudy
According to
Giuliani.
this thing that I'm looking, according to Google
Whoa,
AI,
can they unnight people?
It's like USC when they took away OJ's Heisman or whatever they did with him.
Yeah.
Wow, they just hand these out to anybody.
They really do
And
these
they,
days.
yet they didn't give one to Ozzy Osbourne.
Mhm.
Angelina Jolie got one. What the hell did she do?
was really good, though.
she was Tomb Raider, John.
John wants to know, is Nick going to be shocked when President B dies?
No,
Interesting.
again, I'm not shocked because an old guy died. I'm shocked because a pioneer in rock died.
Now, here's my question,
This is
though.
getting more confusing by the sentence.
Is President B gone when the auto pen is gone or when he's gone?
Auto pen.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a signature
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Nice.
because he lived forever because of auto pen.
Well, then I think we all live forever.
Well, I don't have an auto pen.
I
guess
want to
neither.
live.
We need an
forever.
auto pen.
Yeah. You know, I don't sign my signature anymore, I realize. Because at the store, all you got to do is a little squiggly. I stopped signing my signature a long time ago.
You don't put
I just go
effort in there.
No.
You just write whatever.
Yeah.
I at least start like
You do a
it's-
C?
I do a
And then you
big
go
C and then I kind of just scribble out the rest of it. But that's almost how my signature works.
I used to practice my signature so much, hoping that I'd be famous.
Those were the best.
Then I didn't become famous, and my signature is worth
Now you
nothing.
don't have to sign stuff.
Yeah.
because a computer does.
Man,
it
it
for
sucks,
you.
man. I'm just mad. I mean, Paul McCartney got.
I didn't realize you were
it.
such a big
Mick-
Ozzy guy.
Well, I'm just saying.
John's never talked about this man in my entire relationship with him, and he's
But
triggered now.
Well, I'm disappointed for him. and
Not
all his
mad at the
fans.
Queen, you're just disappointed?
Yeah.
The dead
Give
Queen?
me some more nights. I want to hear some more nights.
Elton John.
Oh, that one makes sense.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Okay, but so does Ozzy.
Elton John more so than Ozzy. Elton John is way better than Ozzy.
Maybe
he's way more alive than Ozzy.
Maybe it's because
true.
they didn't like what he represented, like biting heads off of bats and the devil and stuff. Maybe they just weren't keen on that in England.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. There's probably worse people on there.
I don't know about this Ozzy fellow. I mean, yeah, Julie's on there. Giuliani.
Michael Caine is on there.
I love Michael Caine.
Hey, by the way, not to do sports stuff in here, though we probably should take a break soon.
Is Brett Bielema going to say the S word again?
No, Kurt Signetti
Oh, God.
asked about Indiana dropping tough non-conference games, comes armed with data about all the FCS teams the SEC plays with 8 league games instead of 9. We just figured we'd adopt an SEC scheduling format.
Well, that's a pretty good bit. That's
It's a good line.
Good
but,
line.
I mean,
I hate him, but it's a good line.
Go Sigs.
It's a good
That guy
line. But
sucks.
Team
geez.
Sigs.
Really?
Yeah.
That guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gross.
He's fun. He should get knighted.
What is up with all you
Freaking, if they
weirdos
knight Kurt
on the
Signetti
internet?
and not Ozzy Osbourne,
All the college football internet people love this.
Yeah, what's
guy.
up with us liking a guy who made Indiana a playoff team? Who would believe such a
He
thing?
didn't make Indiana a playoff
he
team.
did.
Their idiotic schedule did.
Well, they still won every game except for one that they played Happer.
I mean, they did do that.
They only
Yes,
had
they
one
had-
one-score game.
They had a patty cake
One.
schedule, yes,
but they still did it.
But they did it.
Yeah, they did it.
Yeah, they were fine.
Okay.
They're 8-4 this year.
Kurt Signetti's one of those guys where if he's your coach, you're like, yeah, and if he's not, yeah.
I hate that guy.
Except for me.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
But
I
you
like
love Indiana. You love
They're fun.
all
I
the
think
college football sickos love Indiana to be good for some reason.
It's just
because they
interest-
say it's fun.
It's fun. It's interesting. It's
Nah,
different.
I like it when they.
Yeah,
I
no,
like-
you and Sipple and your brands. You need your big brands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need my big brands.
Indiana football.
Just
Sure, why
squint
not?
really hard and pretend it's Indiana
I'm
basketball.
not triggered by Indiana, though. They don't bother me like they bother everybody else. Tom Allen triggered Nebraska in 2019. and
Yeah, see, I don't
except
care
for
about. I didn't care about him at all until
The
now.
only reason they triggered me last year was because they played the patty cake schedule.
Yeah, sure. I don't like that.
But they did get through, and
Yeah.
I just wish Alabama would have beaten Oklahoma. Then we would have had the big ass. Can you imagine what the talking points would be like?
Yeah. Oh, it'd be
Because
interesting.
That
Oklahoma,
would've sucked.
because Alabama would have gotten in, Indiana would have got kicked
Well,
out.
real quick, not to
Probably.
relitigate it, but SMU was technically behind them. So would they have kicked SMU out of there, or would they?
No,
have-
that's true. That could.
But remember, they went into conference title weekend like, well, if you were here, you're pretty much
Yeah.
good. So I don't know.
They did say that, but I don't think that would have been the case if Alabama would have been sitting right there. They wouldn't have said that going into the conference title.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
That allowed them to. That gave them.
They'd have been
some
like, "Yeah, don't
cover.
worry, they'll be the team."
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Well, the crossover a little shorter today because Matt Rhule.
He's speaking soon.
I'm sure there's the hotbed of college football talk radio, Indiana, probably Bloomington right now is probably saying, "Man, I hate that Matt Rhule."
They probably are.
Matt Rhule does trigger people.
They probably hate everyone
He does
because
trigger
Kurt
people.
Signetti. College football doesn't exist outside of Kurt Signetti.
I mean, well, honestly, you probably still have to poke a lot of Indiana people and going, "What?" Because
college football.
College football. What's that?
Excuse me.
It's not orange and round and goes through a net.
I do like that sport, though. You talk about that sport, basketball, Josh.
No, we got to get to media days.
Doing.
Well, yes. You're the one who got here early to cut audio for it. Don't you tell
Why don't
me.
we talk about basketball instead today?
No, I'm okay.
That's a good idea.
Yep. I think there's going to be some teams who will be pretty good this year.
Interesting.
Which sounds amazingly like the conversations had this week. I think this team could be pretty good this year.
We'll see, though. You never know.
That's your crossover powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. That's right. Nick has booked Matt Rhule.
What a get.
We will hear Matt
Suck on that,
Rhule.
Odson. He only got Petiti.
It would be kind of fun if we could somehow know what the questions were in advance and just voice over the
We
questions.
joked about that last week, how we should pretend to ask the questions, and then he just always is answering different questions. It would be pretty funny.
Well, we'll have Matt Rhule live from the podium after Mike Loxley.
Excellent.
I bet you there's nobody out there that hates Mike Loxley.
Probably not.
Most people don't even know who he is.
No.
1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Got diamonds, gold, coins, fine watches at Saul's Jewelry.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I was going to say something about tone. But I think I'll
You
wait.
got plenty of time,
Got plenty
John.
of time to talk about Tone and all of his bad ideas.
Plenty of time.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Big Ten Media Days, brought to you by whatever corporate sponsor they had.
Somebody.
It's in Las Vegas this year for some reason, too.
Well,
dude.
And someone actually wasted a question of Tone.
Yeah.
Hey, why are you guys in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Isn't this great?
Yeah.
Whatever. But yes, Matt Rhule to join us.
Nice.
Live from the podium.
He's got an earpiece in, I think. Is that how we're talking to him?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be a good
So
time.
he's going to ignore all the questions of the people in the audience and just answer the questions that we ask him through the earpiece.
Mm-hmm.
That would be funny.
Be a good time. People would be pretty annoyed with us, I'm guessing.
They probably, well, they wouldn't know because only he would be able to hear
I guess
the
that's
earpiece.
true, yeah.
But our listeners would be,
They would know.
They'd be like, man, this is like they're interviewing Matt Rhule.
They would know what's up.
But yes, we will hear from Matt Rhule as soon as Michael Oxley is done from Big Ten Media Days. Is this the new Grum Down? It is. It is the new Grum Down.
Nice.
Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Matt Rhule. Will he give off a scent that sticks?
Ew.
Well, we
Like
didn't really
fish?
get too deep into that yesterday. We talked a little bit about it with Michael.
Yeah.
But will there be a theme that comes out of today that kind of is an overriding theme of the season? It's happened in previous media days that something has come out of media days that just kind of lingered throughout the season. We'll see if Matt says something today at the podium or if something is said in one of the side sessions that we'll discuss. Can Nebraska have success with only one all-conference caliber player? At least according to the scribes or the people who cover the league, Nebraska's only got one all-conference player on either of the offensive or defensive two deeps.
Yeah.
Can Nebraska really be an upper division team if they only got one?
Yeah, can they really challenge for a playoff bid, John?
Tone wants his playing games.
Interesting, that's how you spell tone. No E. I thought tone was spelled T-O-N-E.
Well,
you did T-O-N apostrophe.
Well, because it's an abbreviation of Tony, right? Because that's what you're basing it off of.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So that's why I did it that way.
How do you spell tone?
T-O-N-E. Tone is like,
Music.
Like
what Ozzy Osbourne used to do.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. So that's why, because Paulie was using it as an abbreviation of Tony, I went with tone, T-O-N apostrophe.
Interesting. I never thought of it to be spelled that way.
I mean, this is your bit. I don't want to steal your
No,
bit.
you're good. I'm fine with it. Kind of looks like Ton, which
Ton.
maybe that's what we should call him. Ton Petiti.
Ton Petiti.
Yeah, Chris says John is right. It's a nickname.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7, will join us. In 25 teams today, it's Arizona State.
This is a fascinating team.
It is.
I'm excited to talk to Tim Healy, the voice of the Sun Devils.
He will be joining us in the 4 o'clock hour.
Mm-hmm.
K Ford has updated his numbers.
Nice. Where did Nebraska go to?
Las Vegas.
Nice.
Is Penn State ready to reign? I have some takes on this and an item I want to put on the list.
Okay.
Regarding the
I'm
Big
excited.
Ten, regarding the Big Ten this season. Remind me if we don't get to it.
Okay.
We'll try to do it in the Penn State segment.
Okay.
How does Nebraska compare to other college football powers in value? And is a smaller crown still a crown?
Oh, we're going to talk about Nebraska ball.
Sadly. John did promise basketball when we were just talking with Happer.
I didn't promise.
Guess we have to.
What's wrong with you?
I didn't promise.
What is your problem?
What is my problem? It's the crown's problem. It's not my problem. As was mentioned earlier, and that seems to be the theme today at Big Ten Media Days is, well, at all conference media days, it's now, hey, let's take shots at all the other leagues. Because the SEC did their bit last week.
It really has,
The
yeah.
ACC, who is getting buried today in all the attention because they're holding theirs at the same time as the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
Really great scheduling there, ACC. But now it's the Big Ten's turn to take their shots. And old Kurt Signetti, when asked about canceling the non-conference series with Virginia, He said, we figure we'd adopt an SEC scheduling philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're all just digging
just
at
poking
each other.
all the bears.
Just digging at each other all the
Mhm.
time. I don't know, man.
We're poking UCLA.
Nice.
I just want some good games, man. I
know.
do understand why people got to schedule their cream puffs. I just prefer that we get some good games.
John just wants everybody to have fun.
I would like to have fun.
I like watching good
I
games.
have more fun watching good teams play each other.
It's a good time.
I don't have fun watching teams beat up on the Citadel and Houston Christian.
Yeah.
You know,
Especially when you have to do big red overreaction and one of the host microphones is causing issues.
Indeed it was.
Especially when that happens.
It's just, yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, I treat those games like exhibitions because they are.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, of course, Michigan famously lost to Appalachian State.
Oh, yeah.
But honestly, that's the only time when those games become fun is when
an upset almost does happen.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Other than that, it's just like,
well, yeah, the only reason to get excited for them is when they're in week 1 and you're just ready to have football back, and then they kind of serve their purpose and that's it.
Yep.
But, beyond that, you certainly do not want them.
Yeah.
You certainly do not want them. And for Nebraska this year, with a kind of named team opening up the season, the next 2 games, it feels like you have this giant crescendo to the start, and then you're like, all right, can we fast forward to the Michigan game now? Which you never want to fast forward football games because there's so few of them in the season. So,
but those are the kind you're just like, just zip right through it as fast as you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Before Matt Rhule comes to the podium, 402-951-1620, if you want to join us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. You can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Yeah.
Or you can tweet at the Grum at USC 1620. That's the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Mm-hmm.
We did ask a poll question today. Are you
door number 1 or door number 2?
Are you no.
Man.
Are you looking forward to Happy Gilmore 2?
Yeah, where did that come from?
I saw a couple of tweets. Apparently tonight or one of the days this week is they were doing like the premiere.
The actual premiere, like a red carpet type thing?
Yeah. And I just saw a couple of tweets and I was...
Because that comes out on Friday and we'll probably pick it for next week's movie club.
Yeah.
I feel or maybe not. Do you not want to? I won't pick it. I thought you wanted to watch this.
Well,
it's because
this is my
turn.
movie. This is my movie this week.
Yeah. So it's my turn next.
It's your turn.
So I could pick it, but if you're not interested, I'm fine with not.
I mean, I am interested.
Happy Gilmore was my favorite of the Adam Sandler movies when I was a kid. I love Happy Gilmore.
Me too, I think.
Oh, easily.
It was that and Billy Madison. But I liked Happy Gilmore more.
For me, it was Happy Gilmore and Big Daddy.
But what normally happens, sequels for comedies are normally bad.
Yes, they are.
It is very hard.
Especially when they're 30 years after the original.
Exactly, which we have done. We did Coming to America. Yeah, and so that was really rough. I am the few, the proud, the lovers of Anchorman 2. But, I mean, I'll admit it's nowhere near as good, of course, as the original. It made me laugh, and that was what served its purpose. And it's like, I'll be honest, the trailer doesn't really get my dander up, but, we'll probably do it anyway.
All right, so as we await Matt Rhule, which will be joining live here in mere moments.
Yeah, any
from
second now.
Mandalay Bay. We asked this question yesterday. Michael Severe answered it for us, but
by the way, Loxley just finished.
There has been a trend over the last 6 media days that something has come out of those media days that's just kind of lingered throughout the season. The best example is 2019 when Bill Moose in a side session said, we just need to get to 6. When everybody was talking about 8 wins, 9 wins, 10 wins, coming off of that first Frost season because they had built some momentum.
It's stuck all these years later.
And
we made a game out of it.
it.
Also, you want to talk, it's like, what did he know in 2019? Because in the moment, like you said, we were like, what are you talking about, Bill? This team's going to challenge for the Big Ten West.
We just need to get to 6. But and by the way, they're going to commercial here, so Rhule should be coming up in about 2 or 3 minutes. Now, last year, Matt, kind of the theme that came out of last year was, Matt Rhule kind of throwing down the gauntlet saying, hey, this bull drought's got to end.
Yeah.
And it did.
And it did, yes, for sure. So they got that one right.
2023, a lot of it was talking up Jeff Sims.
Yikes. Tough.
And that, of course,
that's
obviously, your quarterback's always going to be a story. Heck, maybe this year's thing will be something about Dylan.
Yeah.
or something Dylan says. 2022, you had, of course, the infamous no opening statement, and just the overall tenor of Frost is on the hot seat and things just don't appear to be copacetic, and it's awkward. Garrett Nelson had the quote about loving Frost too much not to worry about him.
Yeah.
He's worried about how he's feeling.
Yeah.
2021, kind of the theme that came out of there was everyone talking up how big that Illinois game was, that Illinois opener.
And it was.
And it was.
And they lost.
So I'm curious if any theme comes out, and it doesn't necessarily have to be.
It could just be the
from
whole
the
thing.
podium.
Yeah,
It could be anything that is said or news that is made by Nebraska coming out of this event that will kind of linger through the season, a scent, if you will, around this team. Only time will determine whether that scent is a pleasant one or a foul one.
I think, and I'll make this prediction, in the last minute before he talks, and like you said, it could be in a side session too. I think it's going to be, we are focused on ourselves. This is not about bluster. I think they're going to try to be as forgettable as humanly possible. I think because last year they were loud, and you know what I mean, right? Like Matt Rhule was going a lot of places, and I guess he has a little bit in the offseason this year. He hasn't been at as many places lately, though. He hasn't been as many podcasts. So I think he is going to be like, we're focused on ourselves. We had some growth, but we're looking for more. And he's going to get asked a question probably about what does progress look like? And he's not going to answer it. He's going to sidestep that question, in my opinion.
I think there's a slight chance that there could be a lot of talk about Rhule, again, talking up his year 3.
Yep.
Or, and this is what I think is more likely to come out of today, it'll have, and I wish I could be more specific, but it'll be something about Dylan and how much he is expected to grow as a player. Maybe some talk about the rated 40th on the athletics list. I have a feeling something about Dylan, either something that he says or just expectations of him, will kind of be the thing that comes out of today. We'll see. I mean, we're just predicting things.
Yeah, sure. And like you said, it could be now. Rhule is speaking with BTN in the 5 o'clock hour. The players are speaking with BTN after 6 o'clock, like actually on the network. And then, of course, in between there, Rhule will do side sessions. He'll do stuff with radio stations, podcasts.
Players will too.
So there will be other stuff that comes out. I think he usually is going to sit down with reporters, the scribe. So there will be stuff that comes out of today beyond just the 15 minutes as he makes his way up to the podium right now.
So let's go now, courtesy of Big Ten Network, to Matt Rhule. First time we hear from him. Well, it's not the season yet.
Yeah.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Want to thank my wife Julie for coming along with me, and excited to have a chance to visit and talk a little bit about Nebraska. Challenging times in sports. Want to thank Commissioner Petiti. I've had a chance to be behind the scenes and all the work that he's doing to try to protect our game, the greatest game that there is. So very grateful to the commissioner, all the people that work at the Big Ten, AJ Eads, all the people that fight each and every day to make sure we have the best product that we can have. So grateful for them. Excited to represent the University of Nebraska. Amazing leadership from Dr. Jeff Gold, from standing on the sidelines to helping us knock down barriers to make this the program we wanted to make it. Troy Dannon, amazing leader, tremendous person to walk alongside as we do something really hard, and grateful for him. Haven Fields, Dr. Susan Elza, just grateful for all the people that are here. I like to coach football because of the players. I have so many guys I could have brought, but Deshaun Singleton, Marquise Buford, Henry Lutovsky, Dylan Raiola, just tremendous leaders, tremendous representatives of what we're trying to get done. I'll answer your questions, but I'm proud of all the things that we're doing. We're at a whole different place academically. We're talking. People ask me about Rev Share. They'll ask me about the playoffs. This is still a place where young people can transform their lives through education, and I think we're doing that at a high level. 3.3 cumulative GPA. I'm proud of all the guys. 86% of our guys are over a 3.0 cum. So we're getting it done in the classroom, and now it's time for us to continue to get it done on the football field. And if I say one thing, I'll say this: we like our football team. We like our football team a lot. We believe in the guys. It's those 4 guys I mentioned. It's all the guys back in Lincoln. We believe that we can play with anybody, and we've had our highs and lows, our ups and downs. We've been through a lot in 2 years together, and we're going to go make a run at this thing this year. So I'm grateful to coach them. It's been probably the most fun I've had in a long time, and excited to talk about them. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you guys have.
Coach, we got a few questions on your right side, first row. Kenneth Berry, touchdowns and tangents. Coach, after everything you said you were planning on doing with the team, especially that loaded senior class, you had all of them graduating with their degrees, and you were just happy about the kind of people that they are and the success that you've had on the team. With this year, how do you kind of reach the younger guys to let them know that it has to go further than that? And what's something that you would tell your younger self, especially after a watermark season like last year, and you're continuing build to enhance this program?
Well, I think each and every day, it's really our players. Players talk to players more than we can. I get up in front of the team, I speak. I think they listen. I try to have tremendous relationships. Our coaches are great. People in the building are great. But at the end of the day, the program moves forward when players are talking to players about the right things. When they take the program from Coach Rhule's program to their program, and right now it's their program. We went to dinner last night with the fellas, and they were kind of joking, like, Coach, you don't have to come tomorrow. We'll handle it for you, which I almost took them up on. But you could put Dylan, you could put Henry, you could put any of them up here, and I think we would all speak the same way because we believe in what we believe. And I've taken a lot of jobs, and when you walk into a job that hasn't been winning, everyone tells you what's wrong, and they usually say, well, it's this guy, it's that guy, it's the last coach, it's this, it's that. Good organizations win because everyone owns the product. Like very rarely on a bad team, when you take over a bad team, do you hear people say, like, you know what, I got to do better. And the reason why I believe that we're about to make the jump that we're going to make is because each and every day, whether it's our administration, whether it's the people around us, no one's saying it's this person's fault, it's that person's fault. Everyone's owning the product. And so, yes, we have to win more. That's the deal. But we came into a program that, we knew was going to take a little bit of time to fix. And so I think we're close to fixed. In terms of something I would have told myself when I was younger, there's a lot of things. But I think the most important thing is don't underestimate the impact you can have on young people's lives. I'm at a point now where guys that I've coached are getting married, they're getting jobs, they're going through good things and bad things, and every once in a while you have someone say, you know what, something that I was taught from Coach Rhule or one of his assistants is helping me in my life, and that might not be popular on sports talk radio, but it is how life works.
He mentioned us, Josh.
Coach First Row again.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. Wanted to ask you just about the maturation of Dylan. What have you seen from him in the offseason as he prepares for this season, and not just under center, but as one of the leaders of this team as you guys prepare for the 2025 season?
Yeah, I would not have brought Dylan if I wasn't so proud of his work. I mean, he's done a great job with his body. He's done a great job with his knowledge of the offense, his growth with Glenn Thomas, our quarterback coach, and Dana Holgerson, our OC, his command of the roster of the team. Make no mistake, it's really hard to come in as a freshman with tremendous expectations and have to go be the leader. Having to tell, you're 18 years old, and you're telling 6-year seniors now with new rules, you're telling 25, 24-year-old men, hey, I need you to do this. It's so hard. So what Dylan did last year was really hard. And the thing to me, when you're a 5-star quarterback, like you probably breezed through high school, you haven't had a lot of adversity. Every time you go somewhere, people talk about how great you are. And when I recruited Dylan, I said, hey, come help me turn around Nebraska football, man. It's going to be hard. And doing something hard is how we become great. And if not, you go somewhere, you go play on the best team in the country, which is pretty cool. And every once in a while, they need you to make a throw to win the game. And then you go to the NFL, and the worst team in the worst city drafts you. And now you have to deal with all this adversity. I said, come to Nebraska. It's going to be hard. There'll be adversity. You'll be frustrated sometimes, but we will eventually do something great. And what I've seen from him, his maturity is he now embraces when he's frustrated. He embraces when things aren't going well. And he's the one, going back to the ownership I talked about, instead of saying like, well, this guy's got to do better, this guy's got to do better, man, he puts it on himself. He says, I'll fix this. So I think our team is going to play for Dylan, and I love coaching the kid. Young man.
German from The Athletic. Matt, the challenge of having 3 new coordinators in permanent roles since the end of last season, how have you seen that play out through these spring and summer months, and what's your comfort level with those guys in comparison to where it was a few months ago as you start camp next week?
Yeah, well, I'm thrilled with all three guys. I think the great thing about Dana is he's been a head coach. He knows the challenges of being a head coach. He has the loyal. I always feel like when guys have been a head coach and they go back to being an assistant, their idea of their comprehension of loyalty to the program, to the head coach, changes. I mean, it's so hard to sit there as the head coach and make these decisions and have everyone be like, well, we should do this and we should do that. So Dana's elite in that. And I think my trust in him, where I bring a lot to him. I sit in his office like, hey, what do you think we should do here? What do we think we should do here? Eck just brings a ton of energy and belief. I think our guys believe so much in what we're about to do special teams wise. And then, I think John, the great thing was he was in the system. So, he knows what we've done, but he has so much knowledge from his time in the National Football League. He had the number one secondary in Buffalo, I think, for like 5 years. And so his ability now, it's been an adjustment for him probably coming to college. And, you're not just coaching pros now, you're training guys. And so training and teaching guys, he had a chance to do that as a position coach. And now as a coordinator, I think he's done a wonderful job. He's meticulous. He's got some great guys there with him. He's got Phil Snow right there by his side. A guy that people don't talk about enough is Rob Dvorak. Rob's been with us every stop. Rob's going to be a coordinator someday. He's a special coach, but he knows all sort of the history of everything. And so we just have great people, and I'm blessed to down Corey Campbell, Kristen Coggin, the people down Mitch handling sports science. Like there's some days I walk in and Mitch, I don't know what my job is, other than to recruit and go be a part of the players' lives. So the coordinators are going to do a great job. I'm very pleased.
Coach Lynn Harrington, Stay Alive in Power 5. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. So I know you're very familiar with Jack Hoffman, who passed earlier this year. And a couple of days ago, you did the Team Jack run with the team. Is there going to be any special dedication for the season to Jack coming up?
I don't want to preempt our people that handle all that. So obviously we've always had a game honoring Team Jack, and I'll let them announce that at their time, kind of how they want to do things. But thank you, though.
One more question in the second row here.
Jacob Worthen, KRUI. Coach Rhule, Nebraska achieved bowl eligibility and won the Pinstripe Bowl, but close losses in special teams remain concerns. As you continue rebuilding, what fine-tuning are you emphasizing in tight game execution and confidence building for 2025?
Yeah, I think we lost a lot of those games because we just weren't good enough. I think it's just sometimes a great storyline to say, hey, you know what, close loss here, close loss. I mean, and there's some of it, but our focus has been on just improving as a team. Because they don't all have to be close. Some of those games, why don't we win by 14? I saw a different mindset from our team in the Pinstripe Bowl. We were up and they came back. We had to make a couple plays. Dylan made a play. Ramir Stewart hit a power to win the game on 4th and 2. And what I saw for the first time was not a lot of panic. But that panic comes from when you don't think you control what happens. When you're listening to all the outside narratives and we should be doing this and we should do that. And finally the team grows up. It's what people always ask me about year 3. Finally the team grows up and they're like, well, I got to go make the play and I got to go pick the ball off and I got to go block the punt. And, none of those special teams errors were coached that way. And so we take ownership of it. Don't get me wrong, but it's a much different feeling when you walk in with a bunch of guys that now they know they're good. And some of them, they're the same players. They're just good because they're a year into the system. And that 250-pound guy is now 280-pound guys, the 280-pound guy. So I'm an incrementalist. I believe in just getting a little bit better every year. I got great news. Nothing that happened last year carries over into this year. And that's a good thing, right? The Iowa loss at the end of the year was really, really probably painful, but sometimes it's the pain you need. It's the pain that spurs you forward in the offseason when, guys get a little bit complacent. And there's no complacency at the University of Nebraska right now. Our guys all understand that we've got good enough players. Well, we have an excellent roster. We're fast. We're explosive. We've got veterans where we need to. We're good on the lines. We've got great coaches, but we're going to have to go perform. And that performance comes from guys owning it and not listening to anything else, not listening to the guy in the locker room complaining, shutting all that up and saying, hey, Husker football, it's about performance. It's about us going out there and getting it done. And so that's why I mentioned the classroom. That's why I mentioned the growth of these guys. You see a team that understands that. So I look forward to the first close game. I look forward to seeing our guys execute in it, but it's not something out here. It's about getting young people to be a little bit better each year, recruiting good players, and I think you'll see a good team this year.
Coach Rhule, thank you so much for your time.
And that is the end of Matt Rhule's podium session. We will break it down. I took some notes while we were at it. There was a couple of things that he said in there.
Like when he said program?
He did say program.
He did.
But there were a couple other things, including something he mentioned there at the very end.
I was going to say, there's one thing he said at the very end that you asked, hey, will there be something that sticks? Well, let's see the first time they get in a close game and how they respond.
I like that.
What he said at the end.
I like that part where he talked about how Iowa beat Nebraska.
Oh, interesting, Nick.
That was fun.
Hey, look, it's the national championship coach, Prince. I almost said Prince Valiant.
Prince.
No, from Flash Gordon.
Good reference.
It was a great reference.
It really was.
It really is.
You can't even figure out the reference.
Couldn't even remember his damn name. But he's got a great beard. He's very handsome.
It's very normal beard.
It's very dark.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very dark.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll be coming up next. No, we're not going to listen to them.
Thank God.
We're going to recap a little bit about what Matt Rhule said and get some thoughts on that and more as Big Ten Media Days rolls on from Las Vegas on 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Host Coffee stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
pro move.
They don't call me Drill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Back here on the Grum, 402-951-1620 on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You just heard Matt Rhule moments ago from Big Ten Media Days. The one line that, there were a couple of them, but one of the lines that Rhule had from his podium session, and usually at the podium session, as you may have heard if you were listening, there were a couple of questions that were really,
oh boy,
very narrowly minded. Not that they were bad questions. They're not bad questions in general.
Sure.
But for
the moment.
But for, a nationally televised podium session, certain specifics don't need to be, we don't need to break down the third team right tackle, for example.
Yeah.
Just not that was asked.
This isn't Josh at the beginning of May.
Exactly.
But you usually don't get a lot of meaty stuff out of the podium. But there were a couple of things that I heard that perked my ears.
Okay.
And one of them happened early on when he talked about how this is now the players' program, that it's not my program. He had the anecdote of, dinner last night. The guy said, hey, we can take care of tomorrow for you. You don't even have to show up. And then Matt Rhule said something that I can remember preaching on many different occasions with many different regimes. And that is when Matt Rhule said, we all speak the same way. How Matt Rhule trusts his players to say, to represent the product, to represent the school, because they take accountability and because we all speak the same way. And I can remember and these were various different controversies. The one I remember the most was after the first game of 2017, when our favorite defensive coordinator, Diakomania, didn't show up to do interviews after the game. Traditionally, a lot of Nebraska coordinators and assistants would show up in side sessions
after games. Yeah.
And people, I was critical of it. I said, well, why weren't they out there to answer questions? And a lot of folks said, well, that should only be done by the head coach because, they have all the answers. And I said, but if you have a solid program, if you have a sound program, it doesn't matter whose voice it is speaking, because they're all speaking in the same voice. That's basically what Matt Rhule said a moment ago.
Correct.
We
speak in the same voice.
We all speak the same way because all of our guys have ownership in this product, have ownership in what we're trying to do. And when I heard that, I was like, now, sure, could that be just talk? Of course it could. But I don't think Matt Rhule would have said it if he didn't believe it.
Well, and notice too, I don't recall him saying that last year. I don't recall him saying that year one. This is a year 3 and onward type situation, right? That you're hoping.
Sure.
The quote that stood out to me the most is going to be the one probably that gets the most run moving forward, and especially when they play in their first one-score game, and most especially, John, if they lose that one-score game. But if they win, it's going to get brought up too, and it was what he said towards the very, very end. I look forward to the first close game. I look forward to seeing our guys execute in it. He also had another answer in there about, and it's kind of my line that I've said, how you don't lose one-score games? You don't play in one-score games. Beat them by, what did he say? Beat them by 14.
Beat them by 14.
And that's true. How do you not lose those games? You don't put yourself in a position. But when you do, embrace it. And, if he is right, and at Temple and at Baylor in year 3, they were able to start winning those games. Like, that has to flip. They won one game in year 1. They won 2 last year. They are 3-10 in one-score games. That has to get better. And he knows it, and everybody knows it, which is why the question asker there, he hit on the two biggest things that like are truly horrifying right now. Offense has been up and down, defense mostly solid, right? But the two really bad things, special teams, 1-score losses. And so I'm happy that was how the presser ended, because those are the things that have to get better if the program overall is also going to get better.
Rhule said that his focus is on improvement versus winning the close games. And that's where the line came from. Why can't we just go out and win them by 14? And there's common sense in that, because sure, do you practice late game situations when the game is on the line? Absolutely you do. But I think his overall point is, hey, if we're just better in general, the idea of us performing in pressure moments will also get better. Because if we're just better in general at doing all the things necessary to win, then yes, those moments will come to us and we will succeed in those moments. And
that's what good coaches usually talk about, right?
Sure.
Do all the other stuff.
We like to focus, and this is actually going to come up a little later on when we talk about what Tone had to say about the playoff. But we have such a focus on the end game.
Yes.
Whether it's the end of a game or the end of a season. We have such a focus on the end game that you sometimes gloss over or fly over or ignore all of the little things that happened prior to the end game that got you in that position in the first place. A win in April for the Yankees counts just as much as a win in September for the Yankees. It's one win, right? If you lose a division by one game, maybe if you'd have flipped one result in April, you wouldn't be in that spot. Same thing can be said about a game. You know how you can avoid playing close games at the end? It's by playing better at the beginning.
Yeah, play better in the first quarter, play better in the second quarter.
And so listen, I'm not trying to diminish, the whole 1-score concept or, team, the focus on Nebraska not being to close out, because those are important. They're certainly important. We have seen countless examples over the years of Nebraska failing to do the little things in big moments at the end of games. We know that that's a problem. But there were also moments earlier in that game that could have helped you avoid those stumbles in the first place. And so what Matt Rhule is trying to get out there is, hey, listen, we got to be better from the opening kickoff to the final gun. If we're better from the opening kickoff to the final gun, the stuff that happens near the final gun will take care of itself.
Yeah, and I'm a believer in that too. Now what's interesting is that he has often talked about things almost in a predestined, like, look, it's going to be a close game and you're going to have to make a play. Because I know there's been a lot of frustration from some fans about, like, stop saying that. You're essentially wishing it into existence, and then the players get tight. Whatever is going to happen, whether it's playing better in the first quarter or even playing better in the first quarter but maybe faltering later, they're going to have multiple times this year where they're in those situations. And we saw them not only lose games, but like make the mistakes that allowed them to lose. The fumble against Iowa, for example, at the very end, where you just give the Hawkeyes a chance to win that game. Like, that's something that they did. The mistakes that they made in the Illinois game, missing the pass, missing the field goal, like they did those things. So not only were they in the situation, but they were unable to make the plays that could have gotten them out of the situation as well. So
there was a line he had in that end of press conference soliloquy. I think I quoted it right. Panic comes when you don't think you control what happens. And if you think about it, even though the other team has the ball in a 2-minute situation at the end of the game, you're still on the field with them. You still can control
you
what
have
happens.
Agency.
You have, yes.
It's not predestined. There are two to tango in this situation, and you got to be able to make some of those plays too.
They're not going to be able to complete the pass if you put a rush on the passer or you cover the receiver well.
Yeah.
Or you make some kind of a play.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a good line. Panic comes when you don't think you can control what happens.
Heath on our YouTube page wrote, handled himself well, answered the questions, nothing earth-shattering. Good look for Rhule. Year 3 is go time. I like it, man. I like that this year is that this is the season now where you need to start seeing those true kind of steps in the right direction, that they are putting themselves in a spot where you are feeling good moving forward. And that's not to say that there are hot seat conversations or anything like that, but this is the season that is going to set up whatever is going to happen with the Matt Rhule era.
Sure.
It is absolutely going to do that. And, he doesn't seem to be backing away from that at all, which is good.
He's confident in his team. He says he likes our football team a lot. We believe we can play with anybody. And so there is an overriding confidence. And how much of that, again, comes from the fact that he believes the players now have taken ownership in things, which is interesting because, and sure, there's plenty of guys back who were experienced last year, but you also have a lot of key contributors who are brand new.
Yeah.
A lot of transfers who have
multiple
come in.
receivers.
And so that idea of being comfortable enough with where the program is when you have a lot of new faces, that becomes more challenging.
Definitely.
And it's not just a Nebraska thing. Obviously, it's with everyone.
If you look at, who we think will be starters, you're looking at probably 4 first-year guys for the program on offense with the 2 receivers, Key and Hunter, Elijah Pritchett and Spindler on the offensive line. You're probably looking at those 4. And then on defense, Watson Trent at linebacker, Andrew Marshall at one of the corner spots, and then, probably Dason McCullough. So you're looking at 3 on defense. So that's 6 or 7 guys total across offense and defense. And that's not counting special teams, which are going to have some new players in some of those spots as well. But I mean, honestly, John, that's a pretty small number, I guess, in today's day and age. 7 out of 22. That only means 15, or that means 15.
Well, I mean, if you just want to look at it position group by position group, 4 of the top 6 receivers will be brand new to the program.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, we were wondering about what's going on with Mosey, the Isaiah Mosey. The updated Huskers.com roster now has him listed as a running back. So they answered that question there. And so I'm sure that Matt's going to get asked about it at one of the side sessions.
Interesting.
And so he's one of those new players. Now he's a true freshman, so we'll see what ultimately that means.
But, again, 4 of the top 6 at wide receiver are going to be brand new. Potentially 2 of the starting 5 offensive linemen will be new. And as you mentioned, there could be as many as 3 different starters, first year.
Yeah.
On defense. And when we say first year, not
first year with the program.
First year with the program.
Yeah, not true freshmen.
Not guys who have been, waiting on the depth chart to have their moment. No, these are people that are brand new to the program.
Yeah.
And again, that's an issue that everyone's going to be going through, but it's just that notion of being able to create the kind of climate, the kind of culture. First time we use that word. First of a million times.
First of many, yeah.
But when you can create something that is that kind of sustainable and can be turnkey, then you can overcome having new faces come in.
Mm-hmm.
Because then it's up to the guys who are still here to pass on what they have learned. So that's what we got out of Matt Rhule at the podium session today. And again, the players will be talking throughout the rest of the afternoon. And I'm sure we'll have some correspondence with all of our media brethren who are there and hear about some of the things that came out of this. I do think, there's going to be obviously a lot of focus on the close game thing, because that has been an ongoing issue. And until Nebraska actually starts winning more of those games than not, or at least getting close to 500 in those games, it's still going to be a talking point. And so
it's just something that you cannot avoid.
Yeah. How often will it happen? How early will it happen?
Yeah. And look, for the record, I think rightfully so. Like, this is the thing that has separated the program from being really bad and to being average to being maybe above average.
It's the worst record in the Big Ten since 2021.
Because it's not just that they're losing them, but it's the quantity of them as well. Again, 13 of his 25 games, so more than half have come down to one score. Sam McKeown had that great write-up a couple of weeks ago where it's not just that they're losing them, but it's the number that they have already played, this century. And that's the thing, man, or this decade, rather. That's the thing. This is not a Matt Rhule problem. This is not a Scott Frost problem. This is not a Mike Riley problem. This is a Nebraska problem now. It goes from player to player, from era to era, season to season. And so that is the biggest talking point. And, it will be until they're able to get past it. Otherwise, I imagine that there will be interest in, Dylan Raiola and what he has to say and moving into his second year as a starting quarterback.
And how much focus will be on him You know, the World Herald, when they did their preview of this week, talked about how this is Dylan's chance to be on the national stage in terms of like being an outspoken person. And there's going to be a lot of focus on him because he is still the 5-star. He is still the star on the team. Yes, he's a little bit flashy at times. Yes, you know, there's the whole Mahomes thing.
Mm-hmm.
But how he responds, because let's face it, how many 5-stars who started their first year, their whole first year, were kind of buried in the background, nationally I'm talking, in their second year? You know, he didn't lose his job. He was the starter the whole season long. He didn't have anyone pressing him from behind. He was there. And I don't mean to overquote the Athletic story, but, you know, he was 40th.
Mm-hmm.
This from a guy who, for most of that year, was the number 1 overall recruit in the country.
Yeah, not just quarterback, but number 1 player.
Number 1 overall player in the country.
Yeah.
And now folks are going to be looking to him to show that potential. Because let's face it, the numbers he put up last year, it could have been put up by, doesn't matter what your star ranking was.
Yeah.
But now this year, with so much riding on this year, and Matt Rhule talking up his team as he has, puts a lot more weight on his shoulders.
So I went on with our friends out in Portland on Friday, Dirt and Sprague, and shout out to them. They just got an FM signal. And they asked me about the number 40, and they compared him to DJ Lagway, and he was a lot higher on the list.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to them, I think a lot of it is that we saw more of Dylan Raiola than we saw of DJ Lagway. And so with Lagway, there's kind of still this like, you can use your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
You can look at potential. You know, I think not sometimes, John, oftentimes in sports, if you have a player who was ballyhooed, you have 2 players, right? One ballyhooed, the other ballyhooed. One guy played in every game, whether it's pro or college. The other guy didn't. If the guy who played in every game was so-so, there's usually going to be more excitement for the other guy because for whatever reason, the former feels like a finished product, even though he is nowhere near that. It was one season. But with Lagway, he only started in 7 games. You know, there was this potential. He had some high-flying plays. The numbers, very similar. Very similar. Go look at what DJ Lagway did. And so I think that's pretty interesting, you know? And
how much of that, too, though, is, and I don't mean to poo-poo the rankings, because it wasn't just, you know, a couple of writers with their opinions. I mean, they talked
it was a lot of
they talked to a lot of people.
Yeah.
But just as we talked yesterday about preseason polls, we're only human. How much of what DJ Lagway gets credit for is he's at Florida. Dylan is at Nebraska.
I mean, that certainly could play a part in it.
Nebraska hasn't been much.
Brian says, I think his athletic ability is seen as average, and the perception is you have to be athletic to be very athletic to be a big-time playmaker and quarterback in today's college football.
You either have to do that or you have to put up some gaudy numbers. I mean, you don't have to be a Patrick Mahomes, a Joe Burrow to shine. It's just it puts more onus on your arm and making smart decisions. Sure, we all like the dual threat quarterback. We like the ability for a quarterback to be able to run on command when necessary, but you don't have to be dual threat to be successful.
I think the concern with a player who doesn't look super athletic is when that lack of athleticism, there's like a perception that it hurts them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where like, I don't care if like, I thought we made not we, because I don't think you and I really talked about it that much. I thought people made way too much out of how much he does or doesn't run. That's not his game. I don't think that's the type of quarterback he is. You're wanting him to be something he's not. And I didn't think that was a weight thing either. No. I didn't think that was he's not in good enough shape to be able to run the football. He's just not that type of quarterback.
No, he's not. And so I had my bar set fairly low.
Yeah.
For those types of things. And let's face it, I'd have to go back and look at each and every one of those sacks, but I don't know how many of those sacks was on Dylan or lack of athleticism. Maybe it could have been on Dylan for lack of decision-making. But I don't know if there were too many of the sacks that he took last year.
Where you're like, oh man, if Mike Vick would have been back there, you know,
right.
he would
have
been
been sure,
back.
If Mike Vick would, but you didn't recruit Mike Vick. You recruited Dylan Raiola.
Probably for the best.
You recruited Dylan Raiola. So yeah, I had a fairly low bar. Now, there has been a lot of talk about him improving and, changing his body a little bit and being a little more mobile. But even with that said, I'm not going to be asking. I mean, if we do that, I don't know if it's going to be on the 10 questions list.
But if we do, yeah.
I'm not going to put him down for 200 yards.
Absolutely not.
He'll probably still be in the negative yards again.
If he was above 0 yards, that would be an improvement.
Yes, it would.
Quite an improvement. Brian says, play fakes were awful. How do you run RPO when you're bad at faking handoffs? I mean, look, that's the thing, like with him. It's a lot of the little stuff that,
Sure.
that you're looking for him to take a step forward with.
Well,
Whether it's that, his feet, his footwork,
Yeah, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm poo-pooing the athletics rankings. I think it's legitimately earned. If you strip away the name, you strip away their aura, you strip away who that person is, and you just look at the numbers, especially in the second half of the season, very, very, very pedestrian.
Yeah.
Not flashy at all. Adrian Martinez had better numbers as a freshman.
Much, but that was because he had a part of his game that was completely different.
I'm not even talking about the running side. Just look at the passing side. If you just look at the passing
yeah, for
stuff,
sure. Yeah, his numbers.
It was better.
Not as many yards. His completion percentage was worse, but his touchdown interception ratio was a lot better. A lot better.
So, yeah, I don't for a second think that the Athletic unfairly categorized Dylan Raiola, but it's going to be on him to do what he did in the first half of last year and carry it over into the second half. Because a lot of the impression we got of Dylan came out of the second half when the team wasn't as good or as successful. Granted, they did play better competition down the stretch, but there were times where they weren't particularly impressive.
Jimmy writes, I hate all of this. I wish Nebraska could just not talk before the season. I don't even think anything negative was said today.
No, nothing negative was said today.
Yeah.
Nothing negative was said today.
Yeah, there's no takeaway that I'm going to have where I'm going to get mad at anybody.
I mean, I agree with you. I wish we did less with the whole talking season. We could actually talk about other things, but Josh won't let us.
No.
Yeah, no kidding.
It just keep going on and on and on.
Adam says, Dylan Raiola is so overhyped by NU fans. I'm glad the Athletic put him where they did. I disagree. I don't think he's that hyped around here. I didn't hear a whole lot of disagreement from people.
Oh, well, I'm looking at the overhyped part.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's overhyped by Nebraska fans. You do? You think people really think that he is a top 10 quarterback?
No, I'm thinking back to last year. I'm thinking back to because I didn't see a lot of objection around here to the Athletics ranking.
I don't think anybody disagrees with that number.
And if there was, I'm sorry, I disagree with you, but I didn't see a lot of it. I'm thinking he's talking more about Dylan being hyped in general. I mean, he was.
Oh no,
hyped.
I took it to
He
be in
was
this
hyped.
moment.
Oh, in this
in
moment.
this moment, I don't think he's hyped.
No,
I think people are like, he is what he is.
Well, I just think there's a lot of people who are wait and see. I mean, they're hopeful.
Sure.
They're happy they have him. They see potential just as I do. But I don't get the sense that there's a lot of people around here right now. And part of this could be just the general, I don't want to call it defeatism, but the general skepticism that exists in the fan base right now.
See,
because the team in general hasn't been great.
See, so Brian says, I think that the local media is a bit bamboozled to why people aren't as excited about Dylan as they were a year ago. Who is bamboozled? It makes all the sense in the world. I just explained it. He was so in year one. People aren't as excited for him because they saw him and they weren't that impressed. I'm not shocked. I am a 6-6 or 7-5 guy, you know? They are what they are at this point, and I am very much in, wait and see mode.
Sure.
I was thinking about it yesterday. I think Dylan Raiola is either going to be the same quarterback he was, mostly numbers-wise, or he is going to take a huge jump. I don't really think there's an in-between this year.
Really?
I don't.
Extremist Peterson.
I'm serious, man.
Put that on the list.
It's one ditch or the other for Josh.
I think he's going to be mostly the same, or because now the latter is because of Holgerson.
Now, what do you consider a big jump?
I'm thinking 30+ touchdowns, 3,500-ish yards.
See, wow, that's interesting.
It's but I am leaning more towards the former. I am leaning more towards
interesting.
He is another 700 yard season, 15 touchdowns, 10 picks.
See, to
where
me,
people are just like, man, he's just not the guy that I thought he was.
To me, a lot of this question, tell you what, let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll chew on this a little bit more. Extremist Peterson says he's either going to be or wow.
Like the Jack Caglione of college football.
Uh-oh.
We'll talk about this more and have Michael Brunts join us at the bottom of the hour next on 1620 The Zone.
Need a loan? Give us a ring. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for the 8-time league champion Omaha Storm Chasers, a proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals since 1969. Tune in for every pitch of the 2025 Storm Chasers season at Warner Park and across the International League with the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
The Storm Chasers are in Syracuse tonight versus the Mets. First pitch is scheduled for 5:35, and you can hear all the action on your home for Storm Chasers baseball. 1290 Coil.
Josh, there's only two sides. Peterson has made the decree.
Do you disagree?
Either Dylan Raiola is going to be the same as he was last year, or he's going to have a big season. There is no in between.
So do you disagree, though?
I mean, I disagree in principle because, I mean, there's so much room in the middle.
Sure.
But really where my hesitation comes is, how's the rest of the offense going to be? If you could tell me in advance how good the running game is going to be, or how, at least, not how good, but at least how effective or a much of a threat the running game is, I could give you a better answer. Because if Nebraska has to rely solely on the pass, then I tend to think that it's going to be to the negative of your extreme. But if Nebraska has a threat in a running game, and I'm not asking them to be, the Baltimore Ravens.
Nice. That'd be sweet.
That'd also be a professional football team.
It would be.
I'm not asking them to be like that, but can the running game provide enough of a threat so that Nebraska has the ability to have the balance so that it keeps teams at bay? It keeps them honest. And that's really where my concern is. I don't, I come into this season because I feel greatness, or at least very goodness, is in Dylan Raiola. I think it's there. But it takes more than just that to have a successful offense. Obviously, you've got to have protection up front. You've got to have a running game and support. I'm not sure about what to expect out of Nebraska's receiving game this year. I know a lot of people are excited about it, but...
Well, I'd say that this is a more proven group than last year's was. So one guy...
Maybe.
So here's why.
Maybe.
I'll show my work. Dane Key is the equivalent to Jamal Banks, right? In terms of, he is a veteran player. Those are both veteran players, right? He had better numbers in a better conference. So, that's why I think that he's an upgrade. We talked about it last year. Isaiah Nair was coming off of multiple injuries, had barely played, hadn't played a full football season, if I remember right, since Wyoming, 2 years prior.
Mm-hmm.
And Isaiah Hunter, now he has only played 1 year of college football, but at least he played last year, right? So, that's why I think that he, on paper, is an upgrade.
But
Ja'Cory Barney, we know who he is,
right.
So he is an upgrade and then after that, it's kind of a wash.
Right, but how good of an upgrade is it?
Great question.
If it's just a tick up, I don't think that's going to be good enough.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be at least a couple of notches better than it was last year.
Yeah, I think the offensive line is an upgrade. I am with you on the running game.
Right.
But, the running game is what it is.
I just have a lot of questions in general. So I don't necessarily disagree with, I disagree from the standpoint of there's so much in between that can happen. I don't see. Could I see a scenario where the numbers look similar to last year? Of course I can. Why? Because I've seen it before.
Yep.
And again, I don't know what to expect out of this running game.
Mm-hmm.
Could I see, a big explosion? Yeah, sure. But I just think that, the truth lies somewhere in the middle, that we'll see, we will see progress.
See, an upgrade, it's just not one where it's
right.
Whoa.
So what makes you think that it's boom or bust?
I think part of it, my thinking on boom is I really like the upgrade at coordinator. I just explained myself with the wide receiver position. I am a believer in the offensive line improving. And so if all of those get better, I think rising tides lift all boats, and I think the running game is better. And I will also admit to very much being in the pocket of Emmett Johnson. He's not paying me, but I am a big fan of his work, and I think that if you extrapolate that towards the whole season, I'm either going to be really smart or a moron with him as a running back. So I'm a believer in all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Why I am not is I have seen too many true freshmen in college football who came in with a lot of expectations, put up a so-so season, and then the next year it's supposed to be the jump, and then it just doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I do think your first impression, not all the time, but John, sometimes the first impression is correct.
Mm.
And so I look at his performance last year, and look, not a perfect situation. The wide receivers were so-so. The running game was so-so. The offensive line, while better than it had been, was still suspect at times. And his offensive coordinator was bad. I didn't like that hire, right? But he also still screwed up. a lot of the time. He made poor decisions at points. His footwork was terrible. As the season wore on, he seemed to get worse.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to go back to the athleticism component, he is what he is. And so, that's why. I think the main thing, though, man, is I have seen too many college football quarterbacks come in expected to be really, really good. And then they're just fine. And then you're like, but they can turn it around the next year. And then they don't. And it's like, duh, they showed me what they are. So that's the reason why I think either really, really good or not so much.
From our friend Jed, the senior analyst of the program, who also hosts his own podcast, Big Red Junkies, double-digit starts by the 24 true freshman 5-star quarterback since 2016. JT Daniels and Trevor Lawrence had 11.
Okay.
Jacob Eason had 12, and Dylan had 13. He leads the list.
Okay, now what did those guys do? We know what Trevor Lawrence did in his second year.
Mm-hmm.
JT Daniels, he was at USC, for those who don't remember. He dealt with a ton of injuries, ended up transferring multiple times, and I'm looking at his numbers right now. I mean, he was just fine. He never was able. Now, how much of that was injuries versus something else?
Sure.
Jacob Eason, that was different because he actually started his career with Georgia. He transferred to Washington. If I remember right, he dealt with some injuries as well. And again, his numbers were fine. He finished his last year at Washington in 19. 64% completion percentage, 3,100 yards, 23 versus 8 touchdown interception. John, those are solid numbers. But solid is not what you sign up for with a 5-star. With a 5-star, much respected, much anticipated quarterback. And so, honestly, that tweet kind of makes me feel good about the first, my extremes.
What about Trevor?
But Trevor was great, though, from the start. He was obviously awesome. He won a national championship. He was that dude. He started and it was like, why the hell wasn't he already starting?
Right, but assuming Raiola doesn't have injuries.
Mm-hmm. But again, so he's either Trevor Lawrence, but Trevor Lawrence started better. He's either Trevor Lawrence or he's another one of those guys.
Or he could be something in between.
I
mean, I know, and I love looking back and doing comparisons with the next guy, but everybody is different.
Sure. Oh, 100%.
Everybody is different, and the situation very much is different. That's why I think at the end of the day, I think you're going to see improvement out of Dylan. It's not going to be eye-popping, oh my God, but I think you're going to see improvement. I think it's going to be better quarterback play from start to finish than it was last year.
Well, let me ask you this. I know we got to get to Bruns, but if you're right, is that a disappointment?
It shouldn't be.
Okay.
It shouldn't be. Now, again, a lot of this is going to also correlate to what the team's record is. Dylan could have a 20 touchdown, 8 interception season, which would be better than last year.
It would be.
But if the team ends up going 7-5,
it'd be okay, cool.
Right.
They were better.
So
he was better.
A lot of this too rides on how the team does.
And sadly, he only controls one phase of the game.
Though it would surprise me if Dylan had a season like last year, or let's just say, even if it was modestly better than last year, and Nebraska was still a 6-6 team. That would surprise me. I do think as Dylan's numbers will go up, I think the team's success.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's hard for me to think that Dylan's going to have a spectacular year and the team's going to suck. And it's also hard for me to believe that Dylan's just going to be and the team's going to be better.
Yeah, that's pretty much impossible. They're not good enough around him.
Coming up next, we'll talk to Michael Bruns. Maybe about this and other things.
Perfect.
Surrounding Big Ten Media Days and Nebraska football, 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
He is not in Las Vegas, but it has nothing to do with the fact that the Mandalay Bay kicked him out of the casino a few years ago.
No. Brunts.
He just didn't draw the right straw. But he joins us on the phone, which means he drew the right straw.
Nice.
He gets to be with us.
Nice.
How you doing, Brunsey?
Not bad. What's up, guys?
Brunsey, do you want to draw the straw, or are you okay with not drawing the straw?
I'm okay with the straw I drew.
All right.
But put it that way. Did it seem dark in the room there? Like, it seemed like they needed some lighting in there. I know it's a casino.
But it is a casino. You know, they don't like, they like the machines to do all the work. They should have, you know what they should have done? They should have held the press conference in the casino so we could have heard all the ding, 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 ding going on in the background.
Yeah, I did like Bruns that at least it wasn't inside of a cavernous football stadium this year, because it got way too echoey over the last few seasons at Lucas Oil.
Yeah. So we found out the reason finally why it's in Vegas is because there was a conflict on dates in Indianapolis. And my question is, didn't they try to find somewhere closer to home? Like, Chicago was booked up that week?
Apparently it was.
They don't have any rooms available in Chicago.
It's
like Bethlehem when Jesus was born.
They would have done it here at the CHI Health Center, but they're building them, more convention
Our
space.
airport is a tire fire right now. They said we're not coming to Omaha either.
Can't do that.
Yeah. You can't have people flying into that mess, that's for sure.
Sheboygan was booked. I mean, it was just not great. So I'm curious, from the podium session, at least from Matt Rhule, anything that stood out to you?
No, I mean, I don't think anything particularly new. I mean, maybe a public admission that they're somewhat confident in what they've got going on over there. But, I mean, I think that's kind of been the subtext for everything since the spring. I mean, my feeling in the spring is that they were more confident than perhaps they were letting on during some of those interview sessions. So I don't know. I don't think we learned a ton. That's usually not the time to learn those things, I guess. It's usually the side podium, which Rhule's actually going right now. But yeah, I mean, probably the most illuminating thing I learned was that Mike Loxley lost his locker room last year and is not going to lose it this year. So that was a strange admission. But no, I mean, I don't think there was anything from Rhule that was, really noteworthy. I mean, I thought it was interesting that he kind of just name dropped Rob Dvorak in an answer. And I think he's kind of been maybe an overlooked piece of that defense for the last couple of years and the success they've had.
As you just mentioned, he mentioned Dvorak because the question was asked. I think it was our friend Mitch Sherman who asked the question about the coordinators, and he went through each of the coordinators. But when he got to Butler, he also made mention of Phil Snow, of Rob Dvorak. It kind of confirmed to me just the idea of, hey, we realize that Butler's going to be a first-year coordinator, but we've got people there to help him as well.
Yeah, no, I think Phil Snow being there is a huge part of things.
Agreed.
And, I think even, the limited views that we got during the spring of kind of how they were operating, Phil Snow was, kind of leading the way with all of the younger players on Nebraska's roster. And he was working with the young defensive backs and the guys that you're not going to probably see this year, but guys who are going to be really important in the next couple of years. And, I think he was an important sounding board. I mean, even the fact that they brought him in last November to kind of take a look at how things were going speaks to his importance and kind of how Matt Rhule values his opinion. So, yeah, I mean, I think, as much as this is going to be John Butler's defense, I mean, I think you are going to have, quite a bit of input from Phil Snow. You are going to have a lot of input from Rob Dvorak, who played for Phil Snow and has been at every stop with Matt Rhule and kind of knows what he wants out of his defense. I think even, the other position coaches can kind of bring something as well. I mean, Terry Braden's been in the NFL for a number of years. I'm sure he can bring something to the mix. I mean, it's a little bit different experience than what's going on the offensive side of the ball, where it's very much the Dana Holgorsen show. And I think part of that is a reflection of the fact that, Dana's been a head coach. He's been a longtime offensive coordinator. And for the most part, most of John Butler's experience coaching has been as a position coach and not as a play calling defensive coordinator.
Bruns, one of the things that I thought was going to get asked in the podium in the lead up to Media Days was about the running back room, and in particular Isaiah Mosey. It wasn't. Now maybe it's going to happen in the side room, but
and I believe it was, and he did confirm that he is a running back.
Okay, yeah, because on Huskers.com, Mosey was listed as a running back. I was talking last night with great friend of the Grum and purveyor of the most depressing stats ever, Stu Manji, and he said something that I hadn't thought of, and it was, is this like the first time, or is this the least we know about the running back room in like 30 years? And I was going through the Rolodex in my head, and I was like, I think this actually might be. What do you think? Do you remember a running back season, a running back room where we knew this little going into the season a month out?
No, I don't think so. I mean, certainly not in the Big Ten era. And I mean, you can go back farther than that, where you felt like you had a pretty good idea of what's there. Yeah, I mean, it's, is Mekhi Nelson ready? I mean, that's the question that you're asking about everybody except for Emmett Johnson is, are they ready? And Nelson's there. You've got Jamarian Parker, the true freshman who, in the roster updates, if you believe those weights, has put on 25 pounds in the off season, which that is notable to me. They've moved Mosey over to running back as well, and that's a position that's not completely foreign to him. He played it in high school as well. So, yeah, they're going to have to make some decisions, I think, though, in fall camp about, what that depth chart looks like behind Emmett Johnson, because, I think as good as Emmett's been, I mean, you're going to need 2 or 3 guys. And is there a Dante Dowdell in that running back room right now? I mean, maybe it's Quentin Ives. They think it could be Quentin Ives. We've been told it might be Quentin Ives, but I mean, is Heinrich Harburg that guy in short yardage situations? I mean, I think he's got that kind of skill set, and that doesn't seem like a huge reach to me, that he would be able to fill that role if they need him to. So, I don't know. We did a kind of like an off-season roundtable the other day on the site, and it was, what's going to be the talk of fall camp, and I think it's going to be the pecking order at running back behind Emmett Johnson, and that might not even be a question that's answered by the time the first game rolls around. I mean, I could see a situation where you start getting into like Big Ten play before you have a true answer about how things are going to shake out.
Brunsey, we were just talking about Dylan Raiola and, everything surrounding him this season. And I'm curious because I know with his expectations, the team's expectations, they kind of run hand in hand. But have you gotten the impression that there are big things expected from Dylan this season, not within the team, but just in general with the population, that folks believe that big things are in store, or are they still skeptical?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question because it depends on the population you're asking. I mean, I think nationally, I don't think there's a ton of expectation there for how big of a leap he can make. I think locally, the numbers that I see thrown around on our message board about, what a good sophomore year looks like. I mean, it would be a significant increase in yardage and touchdowns. And, I think the big question for him is, can you get that touchdown and interception number a little bit further away from each other? Because I think when you kind of start talking about, okay, who was a good freshman quarterback last year, I think people see those two numbers side by side and they say, okay, he really struggled. And maybe wasn't as good as Lagway at Florida or anybody else that's in that conversation. So I do think there's better things out there for him. I think there's a big increase there for him as well. I mean, you have to remember that, this kid had an offensive coordinator change in the middle of the season. You're playing on a historically bad offense to start the year. And, I do think there's a lot that can be done. I mean, I think there's some confidence over there in Memorial Stadium that he's ready to make that leap. I think there's more of a leadership role that he's taken on. I think they feel like they've gotten better around him this year too. than what they had as a supporting cast last year. So, I mean, I think that the expectations are higher locally. I think that's probably to be expected, just given how you kind of fine tooth comb everything throughout the year. But nationally, I mean, that was the one thing I was kind of curious to hear from Las Vegas is, how much attention is he getting relative to other quarterbacks in the conference? Because I don't get the impression that it's very high, or at least the expectations are high compared to, a Mendoza at Indiana, for example, or somebody that's a newcomer to the league right now.
Bruns, if you do a 1 to 10 scale where 5 is remaining kind of pretty much the exact same, how would you, and a 10 is a great upgrade, a 1 is a big downgrade, how would you rank the running backs, the receivers, and the offensive line in terms of how much better they got from 24 to 25? Because like we were talking about wide receivers earlier, I think an argument can be made that they're definitely going to be better. Running back, not so much, just because they didn't really do anything, and then offensive line an upgrade. I'm wondering where you would fall in that 1 to 10 scale.
Yeah, I'd say I would put wide receivers having upgraded the most. I mean, they're probably I'd say an 8 in my mind, and part of that too was just getting Ja'Cory Barney back and keeping some of the guys that they had on the roster last. Running back, like you said, I mean, it's what number is TBA, because it's a lot of new guys that we just don't know about and have no idea of kind of knowing how they're going to perform, because some of them haven't played college football. I mean, Quentin Ives got a handful of carries last year, and that's it. So I think the jury is still very much out there. And I think they got better along the offensive line. How much better? I'm not sure. I mean, I think Spindler and I think Pritchett are good adds, but I kind of want to see how the smoke settles a little bit and where guys are going to play in that group. And I guess that's probably one thing that'll come out of Big Ten Media Days is, where is Henry Lutovsky playing? Where is Teddy Prohaska and coming back from things? Turner Corcoran as well. I mean, there's a lot of guys that could be counted on and are back. So, I mean, a number, I'd say they're probably, a 6. I mean, I think they're behind the wide receivers, but I think they did get better there from where they were a year ago.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Bruntsy, we always appreciate. We'll look forward to reading all of BC's correspondence on Husker247.com.
Yeah, holding a straw in his hand, a long, long straw.
Well, I hope he didn't take the straw
or the
with
short
him.
straw, whatever the straw length is.
Because I'm assuming you have to use the same anytime you draw straws. Who gets to drive? Which team do we get to listen to? Whose game on the road trips back from Champaign? I assume you use the same straws every time.
Well, I always get the short end of the straw on that one. I guess that's the nomenclature we're using, because the Vikings are always the early game. So we always get way too much Paul Allen when we're driving from wherever we're driving.
Oh, God. And then you got to figure out what yard line are they on. Half the time,
Brian,
he says, he's at the 21. No, they're at the 9. What?
Brian, tell me what. I don't speak Paul Allen. What's he saying right now?
Paul Allen. What a guy.
Bruntsy, take care. Have a good one.
Bye, Bruntz.
See you guys.
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7. I want to get to what Tone had to say. What Tone had to say about the playoff, because that made all the headlines nationally today from Big Ten Media Days.
Yeah.
But Matt Rhule was asked about Scott Frost's comments in the side session.
Incredible.
And we have a response.
Nice.
Stand by for news. Next on 1620 The Zone. what?
The Frost Flash update. Frost Flash from the Frost Flash Sports Desk.
Now, wait a minute.
No lies.
Wait a minute.
No
Scott
lies.
Frost was not at Big Ten Media Days. But yes, Matt Rhule was asked about it. And Matt Rhule waded into those murky, scummy waters.
Mm-hmm. Now, we have some of the audio. But apparently it was a part of a 5-minute answer where he talked about...
For Matt Rhule, that's like a normal answer.
That's true. I'll read a tweet from Mitch Sherman before we play it. Matt Rhule is heaping praise on former AD Trev Alberts for showing him what Nebraska could become after a tune-up. This is quite a response from Rhule on this topic, an incredibly gracious and appreciative approach from the third-year coach, a masterclass in positivity. Nick, get the other drop ready. The positive boy. The positive boys. So simple.
Wow, he's hitting on all the hot buttons.
He really is. Thoughts on President Trump? Should Washington change their name back, Coach? So apparently he was asked about Frost's comments at Big 12 Media Days.
Correct. About Nebraska not being the right job for him.
Now, I don't have the full audio because I didn't even realize this was streaming anywhere. So we're going to play it. It's from KETV. We're just going to have the money quote. So technically, I guess we're taking it out of context. We apologize for that, but that's the one that we had sent to us. But I'll read Evan Bland's tweet before we play it. Rhule said he empathizes. He didn't take the right job for him at Carolina. So, I think he kind of spun it in a positive direction at first. Mm-hmm. But then here is what he had to say.
This was not a good job when I got here. We were behind on NIL. The facilities weren't what they were. Everything was behind.
So that was the quote that has become a bit of the money quote over the last few minutes. Not a good job when he got here. No lies detected, obviously.
Interesting.
No lies about the NIL being behind either. There were a lot of frustrations with, remember at that point it was ABM, right? It wasn't ABM for a little bit longer.
I thought
it switched over to 1890.
I thought 1890 had pretty much taken over by then, right?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of the same people, just change.
It is. Just
fresh
change
coat
the
of
name.
paint.
Just change the name.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So that was from KETV, our friends at KETV.
Thank you, KETV.
And apparently, here's a little bit more. Kevin Seuss just tweeted, "This wasn't a good job, but we've made it a good job. We're about to make it a great job.
Make Nebraska great again."
People would say it.
Okay, I won't try to overanalyze this. I think what Matt Rhule is trying to do here is avoid dogpiling on Scott Frost.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
I think that's what he's trying to do here. So.
And that's why it was probably a 5-minute answer, because when he gets kind of rolling like that, he doesn't want to offend. He just really does not want to. He doesn't want to hurt anyone's
feelings. Even though right now he would have carte blanche to say, "Yeah, I don't know what he was talking about. This has been a great place for me."
Mm-hmm.
He could have gone in that direction, and he would have had a lot of support, because obviously Scott Frost lost a lot of supporters with what he said last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But he didn't go there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about all I have to say about that.
Mm.
By the way, we do have later this week. Remember when we gave away all those VHS copies of the movie Ghost?
Ghost!
Apparently we're doing it again.
What?
Yeah.
How? How did we find more VHS copies of the movie Ghost?
I don't know, but there were a lot of Blockbuster video sites that used to be open, and they had to do something.
Did
with
Nick
all their
log
old
on to
copies.
eBay?
Perhaps.
So wait, you're saying that once again we will be giving away Ghost?
Ghost.
Awesome.
We're giving away Ghost
this week on the Grum.
For the sake of specifying, even though I do love this bit, the band Ghost. We're giving away tickets to see the band Ghost.
Always ruin the bit.
It's for a concert that's a week from this Sunday.
Awesome.
August the 3rd. And we will be giving away tickets later this week on the Grum.
Nice find, Nick. VHS tapes in this economy, they're apparently back. How about that? Did you know that? People are buying VHS tapes again.
Yeah, it's vintage now. It's cool.
Yeah.
Retro.
People like that it looks grainy.
Are you upset that 8 tracks missed the comeback and it's
hell no, 8 tracks were garbage. 8 tracks were bad.
People love bad things.
They were not good.
They love Nebraska. And I love the Cowboys.
Another thing, another relic of the 70s that's bad.
Remember, any championship won before March of 2022, vintage. Vintage championship.
Well, I saw your poll question, and you were proven wrong. So way to go.
I don't know.
Even your blind followers wouldn't follow you.
I will march on
into
Twitter,
that lava
and I
pit.
will say this is wrong, but I'm just going there for a tour.
By the way, I meant to say this before we were so rudely interrupted by the breaking Matt Rhule news, declaring that the Nebraska job used to suck.
Yeah, what were you going to say? That we have Arizona State coming up in 25 teams in 25
We do have
rounds in
Arizona
15
State
minutes?
coming
in
up.
the video stream, Nick?
We do have Arizona State coming up in 25
That's
teams.
Akron tomorrow. Is in the video stream. Nice. We have Akron tomorrow, John.
Yes.
Oh, we are. The reason why they're doing what was said today at Big Ten Media Days by Tone.
Yeah.
They had a booking issue at Lucas Oil Stadium. Do you know what bumped the Big Ten from their media days?
A Peyton Manning celebration.
No, it was
a horse racing contest.
It was the North American Youth Congress.
What? Stick to sports, Lucas Oil.
Yeah, the North American Youth Conference is taking place at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Youth Conference.
Yeah.
What?
I'll read from the Lucas Oil Stadium website. NAYC, North American Youth Conference, is a biennial event focused on teenagers and young adults. Well, kind of similar to Big Ten Media Days.
So this is Lucas Oil's youth?
With typical attendees ranging from junior high ages upward. From its inception in 1979, it has grown from convention centers to basketball arenas to football stadiums. See, they're in Lucas Oil Stadium, football stadium.
Cool.
They feature dynamic worship services, powerful preaching, and practical breakout sessions.
It really is just like Matt Rhule talking on the podium at Media Day.
Honestly, it is a lot like Big Ten Media Days. Worship services, everyone worshiping. Oh, Tone, you're so smart. Powerful preaching, Tone preaching about college football playoff, and breakout sessions like the one Matt Rhule is doing right now.
Nice. When he's crapping on Frost.
Well, he wasn't really crapping on Frost. Well, speaking of what Tone had to say.
Speaking of crapping, John, should we get out your step stool or soapbox, as it were?
Oh, is it time to dust it off?
I'm going to need a ladder. Hell, I'm going to need a lift.
Put John on the roof.
I'm going to need a lift.
I think the guy's got a little
scissor
paint.
lift to get me way up above because this is bigger than soapbox.
Okay. Well, the good news is that's a fake ceiling, so it goes a little higher.
But as predicted, Tone was asked about his college football playoff plan.
Sure.
And he did not relent. He did not give in. He did not back down, in the words of the Tom Petty song.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And once again, it's that damn committee. We can't trust them because there's concerns with the process.
How are we differentiating from teams that don't have head-to-head play, teams that don't play common schedules across leagues that do different things? And I think that's a really hard, tall order. And the point I will make is that every time you think about expansion, I think there's some sort of counter idea that it gets easier to make these decisions. It actually gets harder. More teams look alike. More teams are going to have 9-3 records. More teams are going to struggle in a conference road game. More teams might stumble in a conference home game. And some teams play tougher non-conference schedules. At least, and there's also just the evolution of how you go through the season and how you move across. So I just think that those decisions are really difficult to make. And I know this has been the system that we've used for a really long time, but I have a hard time believing expanding it that will make these decisions easier.
Look, I don't want to step on your segment here. That's your fault. They grew the league. That's their fault.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have common schedules. Why? Because the league is 18 teams.
Mm-hmm.
He did that.
Mm-hmm.
In the words of Obi-Wan Kenobi, you have done that yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dumb complaint. Anyway.
Well, it's also a dumb complaint because every other sport that the Big Ten participates in has some kind of a selection process to put teams into its tournament.
Correct. Basketball, baseball.
So I mean, I would have loved to have been just to have a chance to ask follow-ups and said, so I assume you're also concerned about the basketball committee. Yeah. I assume you're also concerned about the volleyball committee. I definitely think you're concerned about the baseball committee because you definitely care about that sport, don't you, Tone?
You're on this camera today.
Oh, that's right. I'm on this camera today. I forgot about this camera being broken. Isn't that right, Tone? Isn't that right?
I would love to know the word salad that he would come up with trying to answer that. Because you're right. Every other sport has that.
And
okay, but what about baseball then?
And oh, by the way, as Tone just said, hey, the more teams we add, the harder it is for the committee. Man, those people on the basketball committee just must be going crazy right now. They got to deal with 68 teams, and you idiots want to make it like 76 teams. You're going to make their job harder. Meanwhile, all these dumb, you know what? I think Tone thinks the committee has CTE. Oh, these dumb football people, they can't handle as many as 16 teams. Oh, my God, what are we going to do?
I do not understand this. I do not understand the weird obsession with the selection committee. What bad job have they done? There's one fan base that is allowed to be mad at the selection committee, Florida State.
Correct.
No other fan base should have anything negative to say about the selection committee, and certainly not the SEC or the Big Ten.
This was one of the most telling things of the several different questions he was asked. Stuart Mandel.
I was going to say, is this the Mandel one?
From The Athletic, asking a question regarding the lack of public support that people have for his automatic qualifier plan.
Stuart Mandel from The Athletic. Tony, when talking about CFP format, obviously you have a lot of constituents, coaches, ADs, and so on. The public, the fans, have indicated overwhelmingly they do not want a system where certain conferences get more bids than others. At what point, how much emphasis, if at all, do what the public want come into decisions like this?
Well, first, I'll take issue with the way you're phrasing that. I don't really know. I'm not aware of massive studies with real research that have demonstrated that. Like,
it's not a scientific poll, but a poll I put on Twitter this morning, it was 76% for 5+11, 24% for the plan you guys want.
Look, I think, we feel pretty strongly that fans will really gravitate to a play-in weekend. That, providing games that are do or die on the field will drive fan interest. Whether there's enough information that fans have in any one poll about what a new system will be, I'm not aware of how it was phrased or not. I just believe, and I'm talking to our league, the weekend that we're talking about, where you'd have championship games and across all conferences, meaningful play-in games. I don't see how that's a bad thing for college football, and I think fans will gravitate.
All right, there's a lot of stuff to get to in this.
Yeah.
Number one, he never answered the question.
He did not
because
answer the
he
question.
instantly dismissed the idea. Oh, your poll, he basically said your poll
It's
doesn't
fake.
mean crap.
Yeah, it's not real.
Polls don't mean crap.
Yeah.
So you're to tell me, Tone, that you never bothered? I mean, you certainly talked to the ADs and you certainly talked to your coaches, and that's fine. That's your job.
Sure.
But as someone who is trying to create a playoff system that is designed as entertainment, that you wouldn't try to also engage the fans and how they might feel about it? Because after all, without us, you don't exist. Without us, your playoff doesn't exist. So you're telling me you came up with this idea and you never to have your billions of dollars that you have at your disposal, the minions that you have in your office, you never had anyone bother to go out and maybe survey the public on the popularity of such a system?
So it's the first takeaway, they don't care about the fans, right?
Yeah.
And he tried to spin it, obviously. And look, we talked about it. That's the argument to be made. No. It involves more teams. And look, if you're a sixth-place team and suddenly you're playing for a shot at the playoff, yeah, of course you're going to love the system because it potentially could put you in the playoff.
Every single system that has ever been debated, it's always been about the number of teams. It's never been about how many automatic qualifiers each league gets.
Yeah.
This is all brand new. So this radical concept, they never bothered to check anyone. And then you heard him at the end of the interview, after he dismissed Mandel's poll and polls like it. Well, we feel fans will gravitate to our idea. They'll love our new play-in games. It's basically Tone's way of saying, hey, we're the smartest people in the room.
Correct.
We know what's good for you. Why don't you listen to us?
Drink it up, piggy. Slop, slop, slop. Seriously,
But you can tell he did not want to answer the real crux of Mandel's question, which was, hey, the public doesn't like this. Because you know he knows how unpopular this is.
Well, or
he knows.
Or maybe he doesn't know because they don't care enough to ask.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised by either.
And they may not care enough to ask, but come on. He's on Twitter. He reads things. He just got done with hip replacement surgery. He's been laid up for the last couple of months.
So all he's been doing is scrolling.
So he's had plenty of time to read people like Stuart Mandel and others who have all said, hey, man, this plan stinks. This plan's dumb. He knows that there is an overwhelming public sentiment that thinks his idea sucks. But because, well, we came up with this idea, you're going to like it because we tell you you're going to like it. This is typical Big Ten arrogance on display once again.
I'd say it's typical arrogance of people in power. Who's like,
this
is what we're going to do.
But this is particularly Big Ten-y.
Sure.
Because this is how the Big Ten has always operated. They don't care about what the rest of the country thinks. They only care about what they think. And you might say, well, they should only care about what they think. But they're in the entertainment industry. They're putting on an entertainment product. Shouldn't they want to know what the people that consume their product think about these ideas?
Not a bad idea to me.
Most businesses that are in the business of selling products to people, whether it be goods and services or entertainment, they all do some level of research into what their consumers want. Yeah. But no, with Tone, it's, no, you're going to like our idea because we told you so. Ridiculous. There was more, but we'll get to that later.
Perfect.
Because coming up next, it's 25 teams.
In 25 grums.
Featuring Arizona State, a team that was in the playoff last year.
Nice.
Because they were the champions of the Big 12 Conference. Can they be champions again? We'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
This is like so ridiculous. College football in July, like whatever. It's like people have a brain disease or something. This segment is so not cool. But hey, I don't care. I'm not listening anyway. Josh's takes are like so basic. I mean, John has Riz, but still, I can't spend my time with this show. It's so sus.
The countdown is on.
Sun Devils come after it. It's blocked. Scooped up. Down the sideline. Touchdown, Arizona State. First and goal. From the Kansas 3, Levitt throwing to the end zone. Looking for Tyson. He's got him. He's got him. Levitt wafting into the end zone. What a catch. Gilmore again. And now even more reason for him to celebrate as he does right there, taking great pride in his Native American heritage. Here's Levitt throwing. He's got a man. He's got a touchdown. Jordan Tyson.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
Did you hear that, man? The show is sus, but I have Riz.
Yeah, I don't buy that for
cool.
one moment.
You know what else is cool? The best conference in America last year was not the Big Ten.
No.
It was the Pac-12 because they had two champions. They had Oregon and they had Arizona State.
Nice.
They just happened to be in different leagues. That's all. Tim Healy is the voice of the Sun Devils. It's our second team in 25 teams and 25 grums. Tim, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
We're doing fantastic. You know, Arizona State surprised a lot of folks last year, but now they become the hunted. How much do you think that changes the vibe around the program going into this year?
I don't know if it changes the vibe, but I think it certainly is cemented in the mindset of Coach Kenny Dillingham and all the players that last year was great, but last year is now a closed chapter in Sun Devil football history. And everybody starts 0-0. It's a brand new season. And I think the Big 12 is going to be as good a league, as balanced a league as there is in the country. There are a bunch of really good teams in that conference this year. Baylor is a good club. TCU, Utah, I think will bounce back from a disappointing season. Iowa State was the conference runner-up a year ago. Kansas State is a popular pick this year to win it in 2025. And then you have Arizona State bidding to repeat after an absolutely stunning 2024 season. I mean, I just can't, I still have a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that if we were having this conversation 1 year ago, the Sun Devils were picked to finish last in a 16-team conference. And I think ASU fans would have been ecstatic with a 500 season last year, 6-6, maybe go to a minor bowl game. They were only 3-9 each of the preceding 2 years. And look what happened. I mean, it was just a magic carpet ride, a season where the team got exponentially better week in and week out, and then really turned it on in the month of November, going 5-0, getting into the Big 12 title game, destroying Iowa State in the championship game, and then coming so close to knocking off Texas in the Peach Bowl. So it's great memories, but I think the players who return, and most of their starters do return this year. I think most of the players and the coaches, they know, last year was great, but none of that, you don't get credit or anything put on your account for this year. You got to go out and re-earn everything you get. And it's going to be a challenge, as you said, because now they've got the target on their back.
Tim, I don't know if you've ever had a chance to see the movie Moneyball, but there's a famous scene inside of it where the A's are talking about how they lost Jason Giambi and they have to recreate him in the aggregate. And I thought about that quote this morning when thinking about Cam Scattaboo, because he leaves behind more than 2,300 all-purpose yards, an incredible year for the Sun Devils last season. I mean, a very memorable playoff game. How do they do that? How do they create him or recreate him in the aggregate, given how important he was to their success in 24?
Well, I think you might be right to an extent. I think they do. They will probably, at least to start, have a running back by committee, but they have some intriguing pieces. They have a running back named Kyson Brown, His nickname is Sip because he spent some of his childhood in the state of Mississippi. But Kyson Brown was a very effective secondary ball carrier and receiver out of the backfield a year ago. Good speed. He's going to get a chance to showcase his talents more. Two guys that really intrigue me, though, Rayleigh Brown, no relation to Kyson, is a former 5-star recruit at USC who transferred to Arizona State last year but missed virtually the entire season with a hamstring issue. But he's healthy now. He's back, and I think he will get an opportunity to demonstrate the skill that made him such a highly touted recruit. And then the wild card in all this is that, yeah, they lose Scadaboo, but they also are bringing in a fellow who rushed for over 1,100 yards in an FCS program a year ago, and FBS program in Kanye Udo, who rushed for over 1,100 yards at Army last year. And of course, Army has been one of the best running teams in the country over the last few years with their triple option attack. So those three guys, I think, give them a lot of potential and talent to, by committee, fill the void left by Cam Scadaboo. And it's a significant void. I mean, he can't, the Sun Devils returned virtually everybody from a year ago, but the one guy, two key components on offense they lose are Scadaboo and their terrific 2-year starting center, Leif Fautanu. But I would submit an argument that Cam Scadaboo last year may have had the best season of any offensive player in the history of Arizona State football. And there have been some really good ones down through the years, but he was just remarkable in what he did, not only in terms of the numbers he compiled, but also in the way he was the spiritual and emotional leader of this team. And at times you got the sense that Scat just put the entire team on his back and said, come on, follow me, fellas. I'll take you to the finish line of this thing. So, it's going to be a big loss, but I do think they have some talented players poised to replace him.
The voice of the Sun Devils, Tim Healy, joining us as we preview Arizona State and 25 teams and 25 grums. The thing that kind of gets lost is, even though Sam Levitt is back, last year as a team picked to finish last, got to the playoff as a freshman quarterback. If he's going to make the jump and make even more improvement this season, where do you think it probably shows itself most?
Well, he was terrific last year, and he's such a hard worker, and he is one of those guys that I think is fully invested in the mindset of we still have everything to prove this year. We haven't done anything yet this year. Sam is one of the hardest workers on the team. And I just think his overall game, he looks to take a step forward, because one thing he was able to do last year is make plays with his legs as well as with his arm. He was the team's second leading rusher a year ago and ran for 5 touchdowns in addition to throwing for just under 3,000 yards and 24 additional touchdowns. And at such an early age now, this is his second year in the program, only his third year of college football. He now has become, I think, the leader of this team. I think he steps into that leadership role that Cam Scadaboo enjoyed last year. And maybe that's the area where he will take a bigger step this year, because Scat was the emotional foundation of this club in 2024. And I think this is truly Sam Levitt's team now in 2025. And I'm anxious to watch his progress because, as I said, I think he possesses the right mindset to advance his skills in terms of the work that he needs to put in. He's just one of the hardest workers on this team, and really anxious to see him grow and develop this year.
Tim, other side of the ball, 14 defensive players with more than 200 snaps return. What would you say is the biggest strength on the defense?
Oh, I think they're deep in the defensive line. I think they got some really good talent. A couple of good edge rushers, guys like Clayton Smith, formerly at Oklahoma, Prince Dorba, a one-time Texas Longhorn who had some injury issues last year, but 2 years ago was their best pass rusher. A young man who came in from Cincinnati, Justin Watley, who did a nice job, of a defensive end named Elijah O'Neal. That's 4 really good edge rushers right there. One of the up-and-coming interior defensive linemen in C.J. Fight, a junior, who was second team All Big 12 a year ago, kid who's up to 310 pounds now. I think they're pretty deep and talented in the defensive line. They have some good linebackers. Their secondary, one of the big losses on defense, they had a terrific nickelback, Shamari Simmons, who made some of the biggest hits of the season last year. If you think back to the Peach Bowl, it was Simmons who forced the fumble in the end zone that resulted in a safety. And it was that play that I think really triggered Arizona State's comeback after the Devils had fallen way behind Texas. And they stormed back and tied the ball game late and then took the lead in overtime. And Shamari Simmons' play, I think, was the play that triggered all of it. He's gone now, but they do have some good players in the secondary. I think their starting secondary, is a strong suit. They have two good cornerbacks in Javen Robinson and Keith Abney, two solid safeties in Miles Ghost Rouser, who was their leading tackler, and Xavier Alford, their free safety, who was their second leading tackler and was first team all Big 12 pick and one of their captains. And he's probably the defensive leader of this team. He is on the defense, I think, what Sam Levitt is to the offense. Xavier Alford played previously at USC and at Texas. And so that's another unsung aspect of this team. You look, most people who talk about Arizona State's season last year think of Scadaboo and Levitt and Jordan Tyson, their great receiver, and the offense. But their defense was pretty darn good last year. They were first in the Big 12 and among the top 25 nationally in run defense. They had a plus 14 turnover ratio that was sixth best in the nation. They were pretty good defensively, and they have a great defensive coordinator in Brian Ward, who 2 years ago, even in a 3-9 season, Coach Ward and his defense did some great work, and he was a nominee for the Broyles Award last year. 2 years ago, Arizona State's offensive coordinator, Marcus Arroyo, a former head coach at UNLV and a former quarterbacks and coach and offensive coordinator at Oregon, was a finalist for the Broyles Award last year. But, Coach Ward is a great defensive coordinator. He's got a good staff. I look for the defense to just continue to grow as a unit and do great things this year.
Tim, we talk so much about one-score games around here because Nebraska's been terrible at them for quite a long time. So I always look at that when we're getting ready for one of these 25 teams previews. The Sun Devils 6-1 in those in the regular season last year before that loss in the college football playoff. That's normally not replicable year to year. What do you think about this team being able to maybe put teams away earlier so they're maybe winning by a more comfortable margin? And I guess the follow-up, the obvious one is, why were they able to be so good in games that were tight late?
Well, because they had a running back named Cam Scadaboo that could grind out yardage and shut down the game. Scat was able to do it. He came up with some big plays early in the season. They had a 30-3 lead on Mississippi State. Then the Bulldogs get 3 straight touchdowns to get within 7. And Arizona State was able to grind out the clock when Scadaboo ripped off about a 40 or 50-yard run to finish off a 267-yard game on the ground. That was a game where Arizona State, where Sam Levitt only threw for something like 60 or 70 yards, but they were able to run the ball so well. Having Scadaboo was a big factor in their ability to close out big games like that. And they just down the stretch also seem to have a knack for making big plays. They got out to an early 21-0 lead in a big home game in their home finale against BYU last November. And then the Cougars came back and had the ball driving with the score 28-23 late in the game. And their cornerback, Javen Robinson, picks off Jake Retzlaff and nearly has a pick six, runs it down to the 10-yard line. And although it was a little unconventional the way they did it, Arizona State was able to grind out the clock and win that ball game. But I think a lot of it has to do with just the culture that Kenny Dillingham has so quickly installed in this program. His mantra is he wants his players to have as much fun as anybody in the country, working as hard as anybody in the country. And the players have very quickly bought into that culture. And I think that was one of the factors in their ability to win close games. And it would be nice if they could close things out a bit more comfortably. I think they've upgraded the talent level at the wide receiver position. around Jordan Tyson, who is one of the very best receivers in all of college football, returning this year. They bring in guys like Jalen Moss, a transfer from Fresno State, who caught over 100 passes the last 2 years. Jaron Hamilton, a one-time player at Alabama. Noble Johnson, a one-time player at Clemson. Malik McClain, a former Penn State Nittany Lion, who's in his second year here, injured most of last year, but came up with a couple of huge catches in the Big 12 championship game and a touchdown catch from Cam Scadaboo in the Peach Bowl against Texas. So I think they've got some weapons at wide receiver. They return a very good tight end in Shimon Mateer, who was second team All Big 12 a year ago. So I think Sam's got some targets and some weapons at his disposal offensively, in addition to the running backs I just mentioned. And hopefully with perhaps more explosiveness out of the overall passing game, they will be able to, put more points on the board and make it a little easier for themselves and for their play-by-play guy down the stretch.
Well, Tim, let's wrap things up with this preview of Arizona State with a little rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
All right, all these short answers, Tim. Most important player at Arizona State who is not Sam Leavitt.
Oh my goodness, that's a tough one. Wow, I'm going to say Jordan Tyson.
Jordan Tyson, who, by the way, was injured in those last 2 games. Best receiver on the team, didn't play. Imagine what it could have been like if they would have had him.
Mm-hmm.
Player that you're most interested to see how they contribute this season. It could be a newcomer.
I'm going to go to Kanye Udo, the running back from Army. I really think that he's a 1,100-yard guy at a program that runs the football, and I think he's going to have success this year.
The minimum expectation you have for this year's team is?
I don't know if I'd say expectation. I would say for me, hope, because I don't place any expectations on any Arizona State team. But minimum expectation would be the strong hope that they can be among those teams contending to win the Big 12 championship this year in what could be a crowded field near the top of the standing.
The thing you love most about this team is?
Just the togetherness, just this is a group of kids that really want to be here in the day and age of the transfer portal. They suffered relatively few losses in the portal. They really like being here. They bought into the culture that their coaching staff has quickly established. And to me, that is a very endearing quality, especially in this day and age.
What's the thing that worries you most about this year's team?
I would say it's a combination of just can they, and this has been some Sun Devil fans have nightmares of this over the years. It seems down through the years, Arizona State's teams have done better with small, reduced expectations. That when they've had seasons with great expectations, they tend to fall short. How will they handle the expectations, and how will the Sun Devils handle, again, a crowded field of contenders in the Big 12 conference with a bunch of challenging games early? Their first 2 conference games are at Baylor and at home against TCU, 2 really good teams. And then after a bye week, then they go to Utah and then play Texas Tech at home. Utah was the pick to win it last year, and I think may have a bounce-back year this year. And Texas Tech spent approximately $17 billion in the NIL realm this past year to bring in a whole bunch of new talent, and they're going to be really good. So I'm curious to see, as Kenny would say, how are they going to respond that first time they get hit in the mouth?
Tim Healy, the voice of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Tim, we appreciate it. Thanks. Enjoy the season. If it's half as good as it was last year, you'll have a good time anyway.
We're looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tim.
Tim Healy joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. I didn't want to run out of music. I still had 2 more
I was going to say,
but I didn't want to run out of music.
This is a conference, obviously, that is super, super exciting. It will be the most entertaining conference of college football. I mean, you never see it in sports. A team that is picked to finish last is ultimately able to win it all. They bring back the most production of any of the teams in the league. I was looking at their schedule today because the 2 teams that I'm most excited about in this league are the Sun Devils and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. And they do indeed play Texas Tech. They host them in October. What do you think of the sketch?
I think the Mississippi State trip's going to be interesting. That'll be a nice. Thank God for teams that actually do schedule well in the non-conference.
I have a quote for you in a few minutes that's going to really piss you off. Yeah, Mississippi State is garbage, but clanging. Going on the road there.
But you are going. You're going on the road to an SEC school. You don't see a lot of teams. And I know Arizona State's now Big 12, but let's pretend it's, the good old days. You don't see a lot of Pac-12 schools going to the SEC in September.
And vice versa.
I like this.
Yeah, me too.
And it'll be an interesting early test. Like Tim said, there's just so many good teams in the pack.
Yes.
Maybe there's not a college football national championship contender, but it's going to be a really tough and balanced league.
Floor is really high. The ceiling might not be as high as other leagues, but the floor is high.
But you look at the main contenders, they're going to be at Baylor, they're going to be at Utah, they're going to be at Iowa State. They get to host TCU, they get to host Texas Tech.
Yep.
But those games being on the road, the tougher ones being on the road, could be an Achilles.
Only 3 games.
We'll see.
Only 3 games in November, so they're really going to know how they're going to finish by the time they get to that month because they will have already played 9 games.
I like the cut of this team, even though they don't have Scatterbo anymore. They return everybody else. They get. He mentioned the defensive end, Prince Dorba, didn't play last year. Didn't play much last year. That should help them in their pass rush game. They get back one of their best linebackers. It's a deep team. They could make another run.
Yeah,
the difference, though, is they're not going to catch anybody by surprise.
They will now be the hunted rather than the hunter.
Tomorrow, we go back to the Nebraska schedule, and we leave the Big 12 Conference. We go to the MAC. We talk Akron. There will be no questions about whether or not there's a rain delay or if they should have cashed the check.
Oh, boy.
I will not ask those questions.
More like Macron, am I right?
Nice, Nick. And he'll join us. The voice of the Zips will join us in the videos.
He will.
Nice.
Indeed.
Josh says he has a quote that's going to piss me off.
Stay off Twitter during the break. I don't want you to see this.
Piss you off more than you already are?
No, it's adjacent to that.
Oh.
Well, and there is some other things that Tone had to say that I want to react to as well.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how John reacts to this because it's his boy, dyed hair beard man, Ryan Day, saying what he had to say. So now we'll see if John maybe changes his tune on something.
His tone?
Nice.
1620 The Zone. Friends, if you could lend us a helping hand, and some of our less fortunate kids going back to school could use some new school supplies. Salvation Army and 1620 Zone teaming up in the 7-can back-to-school backpack program. More than 250,000 backpacks have been given away over the life of this program. Just think of any school supplies that young kids might need going back to school. Could be backpacks themselves. If you would be so willing and so kind to donate, there's going to be several different drop-off sites between now and August the 3rd. If you want to find out more details about what needs to be donated, what they could use, and where to drop it off, visit 1620thezone.com. All right. Go ahead. Make me mad.
By the way, reminder, no Steve Sipple today. He will not be joining us. So
no, but apparently it was Sipple that asked the question that got Matt Rhule going. I am efforting right now to try to find that audio, and we'll try to bring it to you in the happy hour.
Okay.
All 5. Apparently, this is like a banger. This is
It's
like
the
a banger,
GOAT quote.
a banger of a 5-minute long soliloquy.
God, I love bangers of quotes.
But first, Josh has to make me mad.
I have to make you mad. So, Ryan Day, national championship coach Ryan Day. He was asked, as all the coaches are being asked, about Tone's college football playoff plan. I'll just read Stuart Mandel's tweet. Ryan Day, in supporting Tony Petitti's CFP plan, says they would continue to schedule a 10th game against a P4 foe if there are 4 AQs. If not, quote, then I don't think it makes sense to do that. End quote. You know, I was thinking.
So we're all going to just continue to start using this as an excuse. Earlier today, Kurt Signetti said, he was asked about why did they cancel the Virginia game? Well, we're just trying to follow an SEC scheduling formula. And I get it. There's a lot of people frustrated with how the SEC schedules. I have been frustrated with how the SEC schedules. Okay. I think, do I still have it? I do. The games played against Power 4 opponents this season, the SEC doesn't have much of a leg to stand on.
No.
Because of their 16 teams, only 3 of them play 10 P4 opponents in the 2025 regular season. Everybody else plays 9. Now, yes, there are more teams in the Big Ten playing 10 P4 opponents, but they also have the second most number of schools that play only 9 P4 opponents.
Which means that they're only playing their conference.
They're not playing any in the non-conference.
What do you think about this idea? So right now, if you are a college football fan, a young college football fan, 15 years old, let's say, you do not understand someone your age or even mine, the infatuation with what bowls used to be. You don't get it.
No.
Because you've never lived in that world.
Never.
You've never lived in the world of New Year's Day being the greatest thing of all time.
Never.
You've never lived in the world where everybody always plays in bowl games. You don't get it.
Nope.
Is there a world where 20 years from now, a 15-year-old college football fan is like, so they used to play big non-conference? Like what? Like they used to be important? Like we used to care about them? Because it certainly seems like, barring something that I don't foresee happening, non-conference games are going to be rendered, I mean, as close to an exhibition as you can have. And maybe not,
Sure.
Exhibition is not the right word, but just we're not going to get marquee games anymore.
No.
Texas, Ohio State's kicking off week 1 on that Saturday. Like that is spectacular. That game matters. It doesn't matter what it did for when you were a kid or even me, but it still matters. I'm worried that a future college football fan will never understand that.
I'm convinced that there is no sport that tries harder to make its fans angrier than college football.
Yeah.
And it's and the thing is, it's not coming from like one person. We can't blame Roger Goodell because there is no commissioner of college football. We just have to complain about the mind hive of college football, which now is, it's all this postseason or off-season posturing about, well, we play 9 games. You only play 8. Oh, we want this many teams in the playoff. No, we want this many. We want automatic bids. We don't want automatic bids. And it's all this nonsense.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, this all has to go back to The SEC wants to stay with 8 conference games. A lot of this would be alleviated if everyone played the same number. But notice one thing you're not going to get the Big Ten to do. Remember, the Big Ten moved to, or did they move? No, they always had 9 conference games, right?
No, they moved to it. When Nebraska joined the league, it was an 8-game conference
Was it 8?
schedule. But they didn't yet have the 2 new schools in it.
That's right.
So it was an 8-game conference schedule.
Right. That's right. Well, so
and then
the reason they did it, they wanted more TV money.
Correct. They wanted an extra good game in there.
And right now, I don't mean to deflect away blame to the SEC, because I understand folks' hesitation saying they should have to play 9 conference games too.
It took until,
I don't have a problem with
it.
It
took until 16. So their first 5 years, even though a few of those years it was a bigger league, they were still at 8 games. But they upped the number in 2016. I'm with you. Like, this does seem to be a fight about that more than anything.
It absolutely is.
I do wonder if the SEC said today that they were going to 9, if the Big Ten would say, actually, you know what, we're fine then. We can stay with the current playoff model. Or we could do the 5-11 model. I really think this is all about that. They are obsessed with the number of conference games. And look, I will agree with them. Like, I think that's normal. I know that college football has often, been fun because of the weirdness of league to league and how different things are. But in this era, because the leagues are so big, I think you need some uniformity. I understand the Big Ten wanting uniformity. If I were the SEC, I would almost push back and say, just go to 8 then. Let's have uniformity that way. I know why the Big Ten doesn't want to do it.
Because they've already signed their big television contracts.
Correct.
The only thing that's going to get the SEC to move off of that number is if ESPN comes to the table and offers them a boatload of cash.
Yeah, and they're not doing that because everyone's cutting costs right now.
If the SEC is not going to move until they get a boatload of cash. That's why the Big Ten did it. That's why everyone else would do it.
Yeah.
Because if you get more good-on-good SEC, that's more lucrative to a network partner. But right now, that's not on the table.
Correct.
That's the only way you're going to get them to move. Because the SEC knows, hey, you all can't have a playoff without us. Because they've been the best conference over the last 20 years, bar none. No debate. And so the playoff, in whatever form it takes, is not changing without their approval.
And that's why we're in a stalemate right now.
And we're in a stalemate. There is a little bit more from Tone, but I'm going to try to find 5 minutes that will change our lives.
Awesome.
Steve Sipple asking Matt Rhule about Scott Frost's comments and his very lengthy response about why the Nebraska job is now a great job and could be an even better job when we continue with the happy hour here on 1620 The Zone.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your boat.
We're about to experiment with something new. Happy Hour is on the air.
What is this, college?
Nice.
Yeah, it's funny. We were in NoCal last week.
That means
Northern
California.
California.
Nail it.
I would have expected a lot more dispensaries, but there weren't. I mean, there were a couple. I saw a couple.
Did you toke up, John?
No, we just made jokes.
You
Said,
are
"Hey, look,
so old.
Well, no, it was just not jokes like, oh, it's legal now. Different.
You know why, John? Because it's a very normal thing, and you don't have to plaster dispensaries or plaster.
But we have them in Omaha. Again, they're just everywhere.
That's because it's like a novelty for us, Like they've had it for a while.
Well, yeah, but it's like a liquor store. We got liquor stores all over the place.
Exactly.
Places you can sell liquor. I would expect it to see a few more in our travels. Didn't.
Maybe the NoCal people aren't token up these days.
Yeah. That's probably true. That's why they tolerated a last place 49er team last year.
Yikes. But will they be last place in 2025? Find out in a few weeks when we pick the NFL.
All right. So Matt Rhule was asked about Scott Frost today. I mean, Scott Frost comments.
Mm-hmm.
This apparently is the answer that will blow our minds. In fact, I believe Sam McEwen tweeted something out earlier, right? Josh, you were going to...
Sam literally just said in his write-up, Matt Rhule just got the Scott Frost / wrong job. He might have made the statement 2025 is measured by.
In other words, this could be the scent.
I cannot wait to hear this.
This better be good. Now, we only played like the 10-second clip that we had very early on.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the entire answer.
Yes.
Now...
And who are we sharing this from? Which video?
This is from Husker Online.
Thank you,
Husker Online posted the entire podium session. Mm-hmm. We hope that this will work.
John is nervous because John's not good at technology.
No, it has nothing to do with that. I just didn't know you could, when you share a screen, it also shares the video in said screen. But my screen is ready. I have it queued up.
So now you just got to click play, and let's hope that we get 5 minutes of gloriousness.
Here it is. This is after the question. You can't hear Sip's question, but basically...
Yeah, what did he ask him?
Basically, he asked him about Scott Frost's comments.
Okay.
About this not being the right job. Here is Matt Rhule.
Sad. It's only coming out of your... Oh, because... Here, click pause. Because remember, your computer is always messed up weird.
What do you mean my computer is always
No,
messed
that's
up
not
weird?
a critique. It's just your audio is always like... You have to change like 8...
All right, so there's a little bit of what, well, it was all of it of what Matt Rhule had to say. By the way, apparently that audio did not go out over the video stream, and we apologize for that. Not sure what the setting was that was wrong, but we'll try to fix it next time. I don't disagree with anything that he said, and I don't.
Well, he said something at the very end that, I mean, it just kind of hits on maybe the crux of the whole original discussion. That's the right job for me.
Sure.
And that's what he said about the Nebraska job. And so, like, you know, for all the criticism of Frost, and, you know, you and I levied some at him a couple of weeks ago, in the end, there was obviously truth to it, that this wasn't the right job for him. Now, I think the way he kind of got to that answer was wrong, but ultimately it was true. It was not the right job for him. And maybe UCF for a second time will be. You know, we're ultimately going to find out over the course of the next few years. But, like, I think it's good when you hear a coach say something like what Rhule said, because I think that there is a fear around here that if Frost goes and has success at UCF, that it's not his fault, and it wasn't Riley's fault, and it wasn't Bo's fault, and if Rhule fails, it's not Rhule's fault.
It's Nebraska's fault.
And that's the scariest thing. You don't want the issue to be something that you cannot change. I can't change who owns the Dallas Cowboys. That's the problem with the Dallas Cowboys. There's a lack of agency that you feel as a fan if there is something, I mean, literally a person in my case who oversees the operation. But in the case of a program where it's different in college because you have a university system president, you have an athletics director, you have a head coach, you have all these roles, you have NIL, and he mentioned it early in the answer. How about that one thing he said about the Peds? You have 1890. You have so many hands. There's a lot of cooks that go into the kitchen. But if they continue to struggle with a defensive guy, an offensive guy, an older guy who's been around the block, the young hotshot coach that was supposed to be the dude, this guy who has been a true head coach, that's the scary part. And so you hope he's right, that this is the right job for him, because if it's the right job for him, then that would seem to mean that this place is the one that you can still succeed
Well,
at.
I think you hit on the right thing there. What Matt Rhule is saying and what he said, and for the benefit of, again, those in the video stream who couldn't hear the audio, and we apologize for that. Essentially, Matt Rhule was outlining all of the things that have made this a good job, the changes that they have made, the facility upgrades that they have made, the personnel that they have hired, things of that nature. And I'm going to agree with Matt Rhule on this, and I'm going to say that's good, and I'm also going to say what Matt Rhule has essentially done is he has taken the onus off of the job or off of the circumstances around the job, and now he has placed the onus on his organization to now take advantage of all the things that Nebraska has given him and to be successful. That's what he said there. What he basically said is, hey, we've got everything we need now. We've got NIL, we've got budgetary support, we've got academic or administrative support, we have facilities, we have it all. Now it's all on us. And for that, I applaud Matt Rhule and say, thank you. I do, though, want to push back a little bit, and I don't think Matt Rhule was trying to do this intentionally, so don't get me wrong here. Nebraska had the things that were necessary to succeed in 2018 as well. Maybe not at the same level as Alabama. And who's to say that Nebraska still has the means to excel at the same level as Ohio State does today? They might. They're maybe closer. But let's not make it out like Nebraska was, had crap facilities. This wasn't Kansas State in 1987.
No.
When Bill Snyder walked in and they had a nail basically they were hanging their uniforms on a nail in the locker room.
Sure.
Okay. Nebraska has always had the support. They have always had the facilities. They've always had things that were necessary to succeed. And again, I don't think Matt Rhule was trying to imply that Scott Frost didn't have enough support here. But I do want to clarify, just in case that's the message, that, hey, we needed to change a bunch of things to get into position. Yeah, they did change some things. They made things better. They've closed the gap on a lot of things. But Nebraska has, for the last 60 years, had top 10 percentile support, facilities, all of the necessary ingredients to succeed. What they didn't have and what they haven't had for the last 20 plus years is the right organization.
Yeah, the thing we
the
can
right
all say,
football organization.
definitively, we can say this place cares.
Yes.
They care. Now, how they have, had the structure of things, who the bosses have been, there have been issues. But when Frost showed up, you cannot say they didn't care. I made reference to this a couple of weeks ago. They went from afternoon practices to morning practices. Thus, they had to completely change when the players went to class because of football. You don't do that without buy-in of a person. They're going to put grass fields in for Matt Rhule. You don't do that unless you have buy-in. And dare I say, they've always had buy-in to the coaches. Sometimes they spent more money on it. I mean, Osbourne was certainly a bit more frugal, but they have always cared around.
Yeah, always cared. And remember, those brand new facilities, those were built. That process started when Scott Frost was here. So it's not like that happened, they had to do all that. There's always been a desire to try to give Nebraska the best of everything.
Say what you will about Nebraska, but you cannot say that they don't care about having a good football program. It is the end-all, be-all of that athletic department. They would trade football success for any other success. I truly believe that.
So I appreciate everything that Matt Rhule said there.
Yeah.
I wasn't blown away by it.
Yeah, so I was going to say, and this is not to be critical of Sam or anybody else, but if
and
that
it wasn't just Sam, there were others who were
If
I wasn't blown away by it.
If that was the end all, if that was the definitive statement of the 25 season, what does that mean? So what's the statement of the 25 season?
The biggest thing I took away from that was Matt Rhule saying, we've got everything we need. Now it's up to us.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the biggest thing I took away from
And
that.
you know what?
And which is fine and kind of goes back to the theme of what he talked about earlier when he talked about how the players now have accountability and ownership in the product. And it doesn't matter what is said, or what's the phrase I used to use? It doesn't matter who is speaking because everyone is speaking in the same voice.
Yeah.
That's my biggest takeaway from that 5-minute soliloquy.
I mean, if anything, and not to keep going back to the quotes a couple of weeks ago, that guy didn't put an onus on himself. He didn't take blame. And that is the thing that, has really bothered me. Matt Rhule, whether or not they succeed or fail,
he will take responsibility.
He is saying, get on my back. I think that in a way, that's what my takeaway from his answer is, get on my back, follow along. This is my program. And again, that's for better and for worse.
Sure it is.
But I like that. I like that for the first time, man.
Well, that's what you should expect from any leader.
You should. And so that's the thing, right? We're talking about such a low bar, but Frost obviously didn't do that. I'll be honest. I don't remember if Riley did or didn't. But Bo also was always complaining on and off the record about how hard it is to win here. And, low bar. Again, he's clearing the bar of, no, we can do it here. And I like that. And is that admitting defeat as someone who watches and observes the program? Perhaps it is, where it's man, I'm just happy that he puts the onus on himself. But I kind of am, just after what we've seen around here for so many years.
Yeah.
And so we'll see ultimately if it matters.
I appreciate the accountability.
Yeah, for sure.
And so if that's the scent, as I've coined it, that sticks to this program after this week in Las Vegas, or I guess it should be day in Las Vegas because they'll be coming back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
That the main message is we're all accountable. And this is our ship now, and we're running it. And whichever direction it goes, it will be because of the direction we gave it. And if that's what comes out of this, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Mark says, we certainly have had enough to achieve winning records over the past 10 years at the very least. Yeah. They have not had an infrastructure that should cause them, at least from top down, that should cause them to have as poor of seasons as they often have. But they did.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can finally change that. They had a winning season last year. Can you build?
Matt says, Nebraska has had enough. Northwestern went to the Big Ten title game. Have you ever been to their stadium? Well, now they're building a new stadium, but yes, at the time.
That's true. They have. They've been to two of them.
This has never been a facilities issue.
This has never been a facilities issue. It's never been a recruiting issue. Again, they have done enough to win more.
I mean,
But to win more than they have. They have
They
have not done enough to catch Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State. No. But they have done enough to not go 5-7, 4-8, 4-8, 3-5, 3-9. They have done way more than they should to have those records.
I mean, the ultimate takeaway, if you're going to go back to the original intent of the question, which was the Scott Frost comments.
Yeah.
It is an example of how someone especially after the, when things got off to a rough start, he just kind of threw in the towel.
After year 2, things went sideways.
Yes.
And they like, and by sideways, I mean, that was when I think he really checked out.
Matt Rhule, having no prior knowledge of this place, did enough of his homework to realize what he was getting into and has accepted that challenge. And it is incredible. And I said as much after Frost made the comments. One of the biggest positives I think that came out of that is you don't have to be from here to get here.
Yeah, for sure.
And when I say get here, I mean get this place. All it takes is a little intuition and motivation on your own part to go take the initiative to learn. Matt Rhule has done that.
Yeah.
Anyone can do it. You can succeed here without being from here. Now, we'll hope that Matt Rhule does succeed at the level that a lot of people hope he can succeed at. But at least he knew from the beginning what he was getting into and has embraced the challenge.
Indeed.
Money Chris says 90% of what Frost said is true. Now, did he need to be drunk on margaritas, do other things, play Golden Tee as much as he did? No, he could have done a better job, but Nebraska. Has what it takes. They have what it takes to win. Do they have what it takes to truly win at the highest level? I don't know. But the groundwork is there that it is possible. You now have to just go out and do it. And I know a lot of what Chris has tried to do is couch this all in it. Well, Nebraska's not willing to spend enough on players. I don't know if that's true. They've got money. But you can't just go out and just expect that you're just going to be able to throw millions of dollars at everybody because there is only so much that goes around.
And then you got to do it again for another season.
And then you got to do it, yeah, exactly.
And then for another season, and then for another season.
And I also think we underestimate what kids believe is possible. Yeah, will a kid take $1 million to play at one place versus $750 at another? Probably. But there is still a heavy amount of what can you do for me to get me into the NFL that exists here. Kids aren't just going to, if Boise State just started throwing around $1 million, they're not just automatically going to get all the best players.
I don't know. I mean, we saw what Texas Tech did.
Well, we'll see. We'll see with Texas Tech. Yeah. We'll see. Nothing's happened yet.
I mean, I will meet Chris halfway and say, they have been on the cheap before with coaching contracts at the very least. They've done a poor job at times of building a staff because they did it with limited resources.
But I don't think that's the case anymore.
Self-imposed limited resources.
I don't think that's the case anymore.
No, I don't either.
And I don't think it has been the case for the last few seasons.
I hope not.
They have what it takes to win here. The onus is now on actually winning. The problem is whether or not you think Nebraska has all the resources to win at the ultimate level or any level below that, the bottom line is this: Nebraska has underachieved the resources that have been put into the product for a long time now. They have underachieved. They need to start achieving.
Yeah.
At what level? I don't know, but they do need to start achieving. They actually need to get a return on investment because right now the ROI on this product
it's
the
been
last
poor.
few years has been bad.
Yeah, it's been really bad.
Has been bad. When we come back, it's not their day today, but I did want to ask the question about Penn State.
Okay.
And I have an item for the list.
Okay.
A Big Ten item for the list.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the Grum. Oh,
it was both of our faults.
No, it's my fault because I didn't mute it. We're playing with our video. We're trying to figure out why the audio didn't work. We're trying. We're trying. Guess this means there's no overreaction this season. I mean, you can't do overreaction without the coach's comments after the game.
I know you keep wanting to wish away overreaction. You keep saying all these
I'm not
things.
wishing away anything. I'm just saying you can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you can't do it.
I'd be sad.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would. I love overreaction.
No,
I
you don't. You hate it.
I love walking
you
my dog.
always try to get out of doing it.
I don't try. Everybody tries to get out of doing it. Let's not
Yeah,
pretend
but you're
like
the
I'm
OG.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you do. You even had T-shirts made.
Well, no, I didn't.
I don't want to do overreaction.
I had not.
Josh
You are.
Peterson.
This is a lie. I love it. I love walking banks and listening to Big Word Overreaction. You can't tell me that I don't love doing that. Especially when it's you and Matt, and Matt's microphone.
Again, you're trying to get out of it.
I'm busy.
You're
things
not
to-
busy.
I'm traveling.
Penn State's going to be coming up later this week at Big Ten Media Days. They were the overwhelming favorite by the voters to be the Big Ten champions this year. They got 35 of the 54 first-place votes in the Kings of the North survey and 11 of the 24 first-place votes in Cleveland.com. They have the best odds of any team in the Big Ten to win the national championship. The question is this. Ari Wasserman asked it earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a career-defining season for James Franklin?
Ooh, absolutely it is. Because this is, in my opinion, the epitome of if not now, when? If not now, when? So they have done all of the things.
Is this national championship or bust?
I think it is. I think it is beat Ohio State or bust in the regular season. Or if you lose, you better then win the Natty. I think it is similar to Ohio State Ohio State last year.
Do you think they could beat Ohio State, just make the playoff and
No. They would still have to make it to the semis, I think.
See, I think to me,
or make the Natty. Could they make the Natty and lose? And then why wouldn't that be okay? That would be way better than anything in my lifetime. That'd be the best season. I mean, I know 94 was undefeated, but I've never seen a Penn State team make it to the national championship. I've never seen it happen. You have, but how old were you in 1986? You were 15. I don't know why they couldn't make the Natty. And if people are mad in Penn State about them losing the national championship, I'd say you're an idiot.
Interesting.
You don't think that'd be enough?
I don't know, because, I mean, we have to kind of recalibrate things a little bit. Just because you made the championship game, I mean, you could have let's face it, Penn State, they got a couple of breaks last year when it came to the bracket.
But then they would have had to beat Notre Dame, and Notre Dame was good.
And they lost to Notre Dame.
No, because making the Natty means you have to win at least 2.
Yes.
That's 2 wins.
But ultimately, it's about being the champs. It's about being the champs. And even though the format of how we decide the champs hasn't changed the idea that the pressure is still on, because now they're favored to do it. They are the overwhelming. I keep saying overwhelming, but they are the favorite.
Well, they
are the clear favorite to win the conference and to represent this conference in the playoffs.
In some ways, but I will say this, in terms of Vegas, are they even the favorite? No.
Well, they're plus 650.
It's Ohio State. No, to win the Big Ten. To win the Big Ten, they're actually the underdog. They're the second team.
Well, but that's Vegas odds. I'm talking about what the other expectations
I know. I'm just saying,
are.
that's what I'm saying.
So I'm calling them the favorite.
But I don't think they're the overwhelming favorite. Because if you're not
they're a clear favorite.
I don't know. I mean, if Vegas doesn't have you as a
So
favorite.
are you calling your podcast frauds?
No, I'm just saying, I don't know how they can be a clear, overwhelming favorite
When you get
Vegas doesn't
when you
even
get
have
35 of 54 votes saying you're going to finish first.
So when we get to the NFL, the Vegas favorite in your eyes won't be the favorite. It will be whomever the collective media conglomerate picks.
We already said, just because you're the lead in the odds in Vegas odds are determined differently than predictions are. Vegas odds aren't necessarily a prediction of what will happen.
Yeah, but they don't need 50-50 money in this. There's 18 teams to bet on.
I would call
This is a semantics argument now. But that's ultimately why I don't think that they have to win the championship.
I'll put it to you this way. Forget about what people say. Forget about what Vegas say.
Yeah.
Penn State should be the favorite.
To win the Big Ten?
They're the only one of the main contenders who's returning a starting quarterback, and he's going to be a long-in-the-tooth experienced quarterback. They got a ton of talent across the board.
Yeah.
Even though Ohio State's got a lot of talent, a lot of it's going to be brand new.
Sure.
So you could give them, even if it's Ohio State, just a little bit of grace. But with Penn State, no excuses.
Oh, I'm not. For the record,
in a lot of ways, Penn State's kind of set up the way Michigan was 2 years ago.
That is the best comparison. Or Ohio State last year, where they brought back everybody except for one guy, right? They paid a lot of money. They made moves. Their defensive coordinator, they stole Jim Knowles away from Ohio State.
So in other words, if not now, when?
Yeah, that's what I said.
If not now, when?
If they can't do it this year. If they can't do it this year.
When it's set up as good as you're probably going to get it.
Yeah.
With an Ohio State and an Oregon and a Michigan in your league. If not now, when?
I don't mean to keep calling back to my fandom of the Dallas Cowboys. But in 2023, they were the 2 seed in the NFC. And entering the playoffs, John, they had a great path. At the very least to get to the NFC.
29 years!
In the NFC Championship. It's 30 now. They had a great chance.
Yeah.
They had the best path in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
You got to win a home game against a 7 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got to win a game against probably the 3, which is what it would have been because it was the Lions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that season, and you can continue to say, I'll buy in. I'm not have a incredible path this year. Incredible path.
Mm-hmm.
If they can't do it this year, I will never pick them again. I will be done picking Penn State if they cannot do it this year. I will be absolutely done with them. So they got to do it.
So if there's no audio on the video, can I make a list item and it still sticks?
The audio's back.
Oh, it is back. I got a list item.
All right.
Doesn't necessarily have to do exactly with Penn State, but it kind of involves them. As we established yesterday, and we've got the graphic up for those of you who are watching in the stream where there may or may not be audio. The top 6 teams are all uniform in both the major surveys, the Cleveland.com survey and the Kings of the North survey. Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana. Top 6, identical in that order.
Okay.
Put it on the list. 3 of the top 6 will not finish in the top 6.
Ooh.
3 of those top 6, Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, will not finish in the top 6.
I like that list item.
It's a great list item.
Many are saying, John.
It's a great list item. And I'm looking particularly at 4 teams that could fit that bill of not making it into the top 6.
Do you want to go a little bit further with this list item, or are you just going to?
No, I'm not going to go further with it.
Okay.
I'm not going to go further with it. All I'm going to say is of the top 6 in the Cleveland.com and the Kings of the North survey, 3 of those 6
so 3
will not finish in the top 6.
3.
So you might want to write down the teams.
Yeah.
Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon, Illinois, Meat Chicken,
and Indiana. All right. So I added a couple words to the list item just to make sure I have everything right. 3 of the preseason top 6 teams in the Big Ten will not finish in the top 6.
Bingo.
All right. And then I have the list of teams.
Bingo.
Interesting.
That means Iowa could finish in the top 6. A USC could finish in the top 6. Maybe a Minnesota could finish in the top 6.
Why, you're not going to say the other team, though?
Who, Michigan State?
No, the team that we cover on a day-to-day basis.
Oh, Rutgers.
Yes.
Yes, Nebraska could finish in the top 6.
3 of the top 6. So I'm out on Illinois, right? So that's easy right there for me. I mean, I do like Indiana and I do like Michigan this year. Do I like them to be top 6? Don't know.
3 of the top 6 will not
I got
finish in
time,
the
though.
top 6.
I mean, the season will be here like this, but I still have some time. Still have some time.
It's July the 22nd. We're in the middle of the summer.
We're
almost right in the we're almost actually, you know what? We're only a month into the summer.
I know, yeah.
only a month into the summer. That means we've got 2 more months to go until football season.
No, it's actually, we have a month from tomorrow, John, is when it starts. It's amazing. Farmageddon will be here like that.
How can anyone play a game called Farmageddon when the harvest hasn't even happened yet?
Because farms still exist. We don't leave farms by themselves.
Yeah, but the farmers have to stay on the farm, make sure all the crops grow. You can't start gallivanting across the country watching football until the harvest.
By the way,
I think we should wait and start football after the harvest.
Oh God, they used to do that. Don't like that.
No, they did not.
No, there's some seasons where it didn't start until late September.
The harvest is usually in October.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I did want to say this though. July 22nd.
You did used to start late.
Shout out to my youngest brother and his wife. 2-year anniversary today. Congrats to them. Great time to get married right before football. That's when my wife and I got married, right before football in August.
Didn't invite any of us though.
I invited you both to the reception.
Yeah, but that's
not the wedding.
Yeah.
That's not as special.
Yeah.
I invited you to the place where there's free booze and food. That's better. I'd rather go to the free booze and food parties than the wedding
party.
That's
not very special. Who was there to bless your wedding?
Many people, John. Many people on many sides.
But you know what, Josh?
But the more people you have bless it, the more it's blessed.
Oh, you're talking about the wedding? Well, Dave Tepper. I mean, he's the GOAT. So
yeah, but
that's the ultimate
But if
blessing.
we all would have been there to bless your wedding, it may be blessed.
Last time my wedding was blessed, it wasn't blessed.
Is that what we were doing?
Yeah.
I thought it was something else.
Too much blessed. Hashtag blessed.
I thought it was something else.
Wow, Germany must have been a really holy place in the 40s.
Over. Another over
Designated Hitler
has hit the grum. Another over has hit the grum.
Well, technically, the first one was off the air.
It was on Twitter. Yeah, that's true.
It was on Twitter. It wasn't on the air.
Yeah, indeed.
Coming up, we've got content.
How about this? A Tuesday is going to go by without hot takes. Nary a hot take market was visited today because we were too busy talking about Scott Frost. Classic Nebraska media. Classic.
Well, but technically for the people in the video stream, they didn't hear any of it.
That's true. That's true.
Fix a problem yet?
No. I sent an email asking how to fix the problem because the old way doesn't work anymore.
Well, coming up in content, we've got some NFL stuff today. And
better not involve my team.
Memphis might want to coordinate with their social media folks. On some things.
Okay.
And the Japanese have solved an age-old problem.
That's what they do,
But
John.
they may have created a new age problem.
Ooh, interesting.
We'll
curious.
explain next on 1620 The Zone.
conference games or intra-conference games?
Well, I mean, I think when you look at college football, I think
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
I didn't realize that Ozzy Osbourne, who passed away today at the age of 76, and myself have the exact same name. Say for the surname.
Ozzy?
No.
Oh.
John Michael Osbourne.
Wow.
Wow. Do you feel a little worse now about what you said during the crossover?
What? No.
What did he say?
What do you mean? I didn't say anything bad. I said Ozzy should have been knighted. And yet those twits over there in Britain never knighted him. They had enough for Elton John and Paul McCartney. What did they ever do? But not for Ozzy.
You out on Elton John?
No.
Is there a reason why?
I was just making a joke.
Don't like the colorful sunglasses?
Oh, I like Elton John. His music's great.
I love Crocodile Rock.
But how in the world did Ozzy not get knighted? Now it's too late.
Yeah,
now he's going to go to heaven without a knighthood.
What if he just turned it down? Maybe he didn't want it. They called him the Prince of Hell. Would the Prince of Hell want to be knighted? He's already a prince.
Highly unlikely.
Trey Hendrickson is not reporting to camp with the Bengals, by the way, guys. Totally related to what we were just talking about. He's holding out as talks on a new contract have fallen apart. When will they get this thing locked up?
It'll happen before the season because why wouldn't it? That'd be really stupid. John, this defense is garbage. Like, he is the one good player. You want to have him on. They're going to win so many games this year, 45-42. They'll probably lose some games this year, 45-42.
Yeah.
Though I guess maybe the math is, well, our defense is already a tire fire. Maybe we don't even need anybody. Not great. Not great. They'll get it done, though, before the season at some point in time.
Yeah, they will. They always usually work these things out. Besides, this isn't the Dallas Cowboys.
Wait, what does that mean? Dallas gets them figured out.
At least you don't hear old Mike Brown going off and saying crazy things like, well, if we sign Trey Hendrickson, he might get run over by a blimp.
By the way, I never found the audio. I heard it. I just never went and searched it because I knew he'd be busy today. There was a quote yesterday where he called him Michael Parson. Michael Parson. Nice. Michael Parson.
Oh, I have to look at this camera.
Wrong
now.
camera, John.
Jerry,
don't you dare.
Never die.
What is this? Team America?
I
promise. I
to
promise
live
that I will not die.
Forever.
Jerry.
Forever.
Jerry.
I want you to be the oldest person on earth.
Jerry, keep eating those McMuffins with salt every single day. Every day.
I mean, apparently it's working out for him, just like
Did
how
I
some
tell you
people
about the McMuffins that they got the spicy McMuffins?
Yeah,
now?
we talked about that recently.
we did.
Really good.
Yeah. McMuffin.
By the way, I was wrong. He was the Prince of Darkness, not the Prince of Hell. My bad.
Why? Look at you, just trash. You
Satan
tell me
boy.
I'm trashing Ozzy. You're trashing Ozzy.
You know,
John Michael's got to stick together.
You know when he bit the head off the bat that happened in Des Moines?
It's unreal that John likes Ozzy. John doesn't like people like this normally. I'm stunned.
What do you mean?
People that
His
eat
music
animals like that and talk about hell and probably do lots of drugs. You usually hate those people. He had tattoos. These are like all the boxes of John Bishop is triggered by.
People with tattoos.
I think he was also anti-war. War pigs.
Yeah, well, this guy's probably a lefty. Again, all the boxes checked of things you despise.
What do you think I do? Just listen to Lee Greenwood all the time?
I don't know who that is. I know the name.
Thought you were a Gutfeld guy.
No, I'm not a Gutfeld guy.
On yesterday's
I bet his show didn't lose $40 million last season.
Nice.
On yesterday's Dan Patrick show, famously not Gutfeld.
No. And on 1180 The Zone.
That's true. Dan Patrick, not Gutfeld.
Also
Correct.
a show that probably didn't lose $40 million.
Correct.
Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer said the possibility exists where Nick Saban looks at a return to the NFL. That situation? A team with a quarterback who could win quickly. What team with a coach on a hot seat but with a quarterback that could win fits this description?
Ooh.
I got one.
I actually have two, but is one of them the Miami Dolphins? Could he go back to Miami?
Yeah, but
he wouldn't go there. Of
in
course.
all fairness, do they have a quarterback?
No.
Tua does not have the team is the aforementioned Bengals.
Oh, that's good. I have
sadly because I don't want to see Zach lose his job. I think Zach's been a great coach.
Yeah,
but if they don't make the playoffs this year, you got to wonder if Zach's going to be long for Cincinnati.
Yeah,
and talk about a team that has a quarterback and might be in position to win if they put pieces together.
Let me throw out another team. I don't know if their coach is on the hot seat, but what about the Buffalo Bills?
There have been folks who are starting to wonder if Sean McDermott doesn't have it to take them to the next level because they've been so close and it's just beating
Plus,
on
remember
the door,
the 9/11
door.
stuff? That was weird too.
That was weird.
Yeah.
I don't think that Nick Saban's going to go back to coaching at all. I think that people are just wish casting and they should just let this old man be retired.
That's so boring.
I mean, that's probably true too.
Mm-hmm. Friend of the Grum, Connor Happer, says the Lions are the 2025 bad vibes team in the NFL. Is he right, or would you pick someone else?
I heard this segment the other day, and
great job,
it's
Happer.
kind of disappointing because the Lions have been the bad vibes franchise for the last 60 years. It's sad that they have fallen back into this. I heard some of his comments on why, and I don't disagree, but I have a better choice.
Okay.
The Washington Commanders.
Tell me more, John.
I think they kind of popped out of nowhere. They took advantage of the schedule that they had. Outside of the Eagles, a weak division. I think they could be the ones that could be a bad vibes team.
I like it. They'll be the hunted, not the huntee.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a reference?
No.
Oh, you didn't see the White House tweet? Okay.
No. I don't think the Lions are, because last year's bad vibes team we all decided on was, now some people were more correct on them than others because we picked them not to make the playoffs. But the obvious reasons were like the injury situation was so good and it was going to turn sour.
Mm-hmm.
Their injury situation was already sour last year. I think they're going to make the playoffs again. I don't think that they're going to be a 15-2 team. So they're not my pick for the bad vibes team. If you're trying to find like a playoff participant that things could turn sour on, man, I do like your Washington one. I would put the Vikings into the mix. They had such a wonderful run of success.
That's a good one.
Maybe the Packers take a step back. That would be fun and enjoyable. But
that's the other reason why I don't necessarily agree that the Lions, I mean, someone's got to win that division.
Correct. Yeah.
Now, in fairness to Connor, he said they could still make the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I don't know. When I think of a bad vibes team, of course, first thing I think of is any team that Aaron Rodgers is
Dallas
on.
Cowboys. Oh, yeah, the Steelers. That would be great. Now, there's a good one because they're always a playoff contender. But what if they finally stunk and went like 4-13 and I got to laugh every day? That would be enjoyable. We could do a new segment. Josh laughs at the Steelers.
Nice.
Every day.
8-time Pro Bowl quarterback Phillip Rivers announced Monday he's retiring from the NFL as a
Go Chargers, go.
His last year in the NFL was 2020. What do we think about this?
I am worried, John, that we have now entered into a new trend where players who haven't played for multiple seasons retire. Who is the player that recently? And Ndamukong Suh did this. He hadn't played for 2 seasons, right? And now Phillip Rivers. I saw this news today on ESPN.com. And I said, what? Then I was like, no, he hasn't played, though, in at least a couple of years. I didn't realize he hadn't played since the COVID season.
That's silly.
I have moved like 3 times since he last took a snap.
Yeah.
3 times. Yeah, this is dumb.
Yesterday, we got wind of Memphis's attempts to buy their way into the Big 12 Conference for $200 million. On that same day as their current league, the American was rebranding the Memphis social media team. On that same day as their current league, the American was rebranding the Memphis social media team, sent out this tweet proclaiming their loyalty to the American. I hate them changing the name to the American, by the way.
It's really dumb. Why did they have to delete Athletic? I guess we talked about it a little yesterday. Redundant. This was so funny, and the responses were very, very good as well.
It's a big old tweet. It's got a graphic on it that's called Built to Rise, and it's got the Memphis and the American logos next to each other. And the tweet simply reads, "Proud member of the American Conference."
Yeah.
On the same day where they were trying to pay someone $200 million to leave.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Imagine, is there anyone in your life that you would pay $200 million to leave?
Wow, I wouldn't even pay that much to leave you, John.
We teased it
I'd
earlier.
let you pay me
Oh.
$200 million to leave.
Oh, interesting. Nice gradient on the graphic, John.
Yeah,
That's
good
work.
gradient. We teased it earlier, so I have to bring it up. I feel obligated now.
Okay.
The Crown is back. The Fox College Run basketball tournament is also shrinking the size of the field from 16 to 8 teams. Finally, playoff contraction. The Crown.
I thought that it was so good and everybody loved it last year. What happened?
Well, what happened was they did have a hard time getting teams to want to play.
But they paid them money.
They paid the kids money. Yes, they did. Imagine the one thing that we get playoff contraction in is the event that no one really cared to watch anyway.
Indeed.
And finally, really quick, engineers in Japan have solved an age-old problem. What to do with a cold bottle of beer while laying on the beach?
So a Japanese design firm called Kinji Abe has designed a glass beer bottle that you can stick into the sand on the beach.
Oh, when you said stick into,
well,
I got a little nervous.
But that led to this tweet from an ER doc, Sam Golly, MD. Hi, ER doc here. I don't know who needs to hear this, but do not even think about it.
I'm worried. I am very, 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 very worried. It's going to be like that glass jar video for a whole new generation of young men and women.
It's back.
It is, and it's better than ever.
Have you ever dared Google the x-rays of people from the ER who have had things stuck in places that they shouldn't be stuck in? Yeah.
Tony writes, people are gross.
Here's the problem with this.
What?
The beach.
Yeah.
Usually when you go to the beach, it's very warm.
Sure. It would be warm beer.
Yes.
John, excellent point.
You stick the beer in the sand, which has been baking in the hot sun all day. That thing's going to get hot.
You need a weird bottle-shaped koozie to put it in. Then you can put it into the sand. Like
this does
Yeti.
open a new koozie
Yeti
market.
is going to make a new little koozie for this, and then it will keep it cold, and you can shove it in the sand.
In the sand.
Shove it in the sand, as we love to do.
We will shove along and have dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
in the classroom, and now it's time for us to continue to get it done on the football field. And if I say one thing, I'll say this: we like our football team. We like our football team a lot. We believe in the guys. It's those 4 guys I mentioned.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
As I suspected, it was going to be a very simple dinner last night with us coming back from vacation. So we just had some hot dogs. It was good.
Nice. I like hot dogs.
Had that dog in you.
We're going out to eat tonight. We're going to a place that has ice cream and burgers and
Dairy
chicken
Queen.
sandwich. No,
Good on you.
not Dairy Queen.
Well,
We'll
I
be
mean,
going there.
They do have all those things.
Yeah, but we're not going to Dairy Queen.
Oh, no,
Why
John,
would
he's
we
going
go
to Culver's.
Culver's. Well, that's custard. That's frozen
right.
custard.
You're right.
My wife,
My bad.
big Culver's fan. Huge Culver's.
My fiance, huge Culver's fan.
Wow, soon
I'm
you'll be able to
engaged.
say my wife.
I will.
Wow.
Dairy Queen ice cream is better. The food is better at Culver's. The ice cream is better at Dairy Queen.
Yeah,
I mean, the
think I'd
custard's
agree.
okay, but
I mean, I
I've
guess
always liked Dairy Queen better.
If you have dairy in your name, it'd be a tough look if you had bad ice cream. Something with chicken tonight. I don't know what, but last night I had like a breakfast quesadilla. It was very
Yum. I like breakfast quesadillas. Quesadillas, underrated way to put food in your mouth. What look on your face
They're fine.
is that?
They're fine, but I would much rather have like a breakfast burrito.
I didn't say it's the GOAT. I just said it's good and underrated.
I don't think it's underrated. I think it's actually overrated. There's
You
too
think
much.
breakfast quesadillas are overrated?
No, the quesadilla in general is overrated.
What?
Yes, because remember, Mexican food is the same same 5 ingredients in different wrappings.
ingredients.
This is the least good. Well, I'd say the tostada is the least good because that's so sloppy. But the quesadilla, I mean, it's more tostada or it's more what's the word I'm looking for? Shell. It's more
You dig yourself out of this hole you created for yourself there, John.
tortilla. It's more tortilla than filling.
What, a quesadilla is?
Yeah.
No, it is not.
Yeah, it is.
What kind of weak-ass quesadillas are you
Most
making?
of them are what, about that thick?
Not at home.
No, John, make your own.
Boom,
Stuff
baby.
that thing.
Yeah, come on over sometime. We'll make you quesadillas, and you're going to change your tune, as they would say in England.
I'd just rather have a burrito. I'd say, why didn't you just give me a burrito?
If this wasn't dumb enough for you, we got dumb debates tomorrow.
Nice.
Is the quesadilla the inferior form of Mexican food packaging?
Obviously not.
No.